Hello. It is 1st of January 2020. It is the death nail of the European Union, or so we all hope. It is, ladies and gentlemen, Brexit Day. Hey, Jensen, how does it feel to finally throw off the chains of tyranny and be more like your American cousins?
Except we'll be more successful, and we've got 10 minutes yet. They still have a chance to declare war on us. Please declare war. Please declare war. Come on, you Euro bastards. Please declare war. Do it, you fucking cowards. Oh,
Yeah,
you might want
they'd actually be
to
more
do the
like us.
whole.
Yeah,
Go
they'll
on.
actually be more like us when they leave because, like, well, they won't be a part of America, but they'll still be in the Commonwealth and all this kind of stuff. And then we can tell the Europeans, you can fuck off.
Well, I am Mad Dodge, and on behalf of Mad Dodge Productions, I would like to declare right from the get go all the views expressed by the panel are their views and their views entirely. I do not necessarily agree or disagree with that is expressed. Show if you are a soy boy little child and folks, there's the door. Don't let it hit you in the ass on the way out. Tip the bartender. Anyway, go ahead.
Yeah,
Commence.
even your bandwidth didn't fucking believe you on that. It was trying to cut you off the whole way through.
It's true. But we're nearly there. 9 minutes. And I just wanted to say before anyone decides to do the interrupty thing, this whole show is being done specifically for Cabby. He would have been here and he would have been giving his unbridled opinion of our dear European cousins. So I thought it was right that we should, get together, let Europe know exactly what we think of them, and to be completely honest, if they think that they've got the balls to actually step up, yeah, I'm looking at you, France. Oh, so you're going to take our fish, are you? Mm-hmm. Royal Navy. Heard of it? Yeah, I think you have, bitches.
Yeah, this is a point in time where Britain really does need guns and needs people with guns for the very simple reason that we're coming right down to the wire. And there's a possibility that one of the soft cocks might fucking turn at the last minute, and this is where we need some big burly blokes with guns to grab these little bastards, point a fucking gun right in their fucking face, like, you're sitting here for the next 10 minutes, son.
Mm-hmm. No, I agree, mate.
So France is the only nation left among the European nations that have a proper army left now, isn't it?
Oh, that's cute. You think the French have an army? Oh, that's adorable.
Well, come on,
They,
Wait, no, they have an army. They need somebody to hoist up the white flag.
yeah, they need someone to be tour guides for the Germans.
Yeah. I mean, I just think pointing out that with Britain leaving, that means that the French are the only ones with a proper army left. Given that we know that the Germans don't have an army anymore.
Well, just I'd like to make a little point about something that was said yesterday by the Euro scum. They're sitting there pointing out about how Britain shed its blood to save the Europeans. I'm wondering how the Germans must have been feeling when that was being said right in front of them.
Well, no. You see, here's the thing about Germany, right? They totally whitewash that whole part. We don't talk about the 30s or the 40s at all. That didn't happen.
Oh, what's funny though is that, like, France for the last 70 bloody years has been talking up, oh, we're not cowards, we did not just run away, how come you got invaded twice? It was not like that at all. Alright, you can't
Wait a minute, though. No, sorry, Farty. I can see you flicking a cigarette as you say that.
No, I gave a cigarette to a baby. But anyway, right? Then like everybody's like, oh, okay, you want us to fuck off, do you? And that'll leave you as the only army left in France. And they're like, oh, what? No, don't leave us alone. Remember what happened last time? No, you cunts think you're fucking hard and all this kind of shit. You do it by yourself now. It's only as they just realise that, oh shit, we're the only army left in Europe and we're fucking useless. Oh dear. We don't even have the German buffer between Russia anymore.
Well, no. The thing is, though, also, right? What happens when the United States is like, that occupation of Germany we've been doing ever since that war that never happened? You remember that? We're done.
Well, here's an interesting thing for you there, Dodge. I think it was 50 something or other. Fucking Charles de Gaulle. I think it was Patton or Eisenhower, one of the two. Basically sat down and went, I want every American out of fucking France right the fuck now. We're leaving NATO. You get the fuck out. And either one just basically said, so those 60,000 war graves, you want us to dig them up and take them with us? And bloody de Gaulle just went red-faced, got up, walked out, said nothing. He was so fucking embarrassed he didn't even have anything to say.
Well, I posted this joke in Mad Server earlier, so I think I'm just going to rehash it here for the sheer fuck of it. A German went to France on holiday. French custom officer. Occupation? German tourist? No, just visiting. I just think that says absolutely everything that needs to be said about what's going to happen in Europe now. Because Germany's going to need all this money to start paying for shit, and they don't have any. Oh, look. Maybe it's time for the Fourth Reich.
I like that.
Learn. Go on.
I like that joke from the other side of the fence. There's a 90-year-old American dude fronts up to Charles de Gaulle Airport and he's going through customs and customs officer says, passport. And he said, I don't have one. You need a passport to go to another country? And he said, well, didn't need one last time I came here. She goes, you always needed a passport. She goes, well, listen, darling, when I came here last, I jumped off a boat onto a beach and there was a whole bunch of Germans here and not one French fucker to check my passport, so I didn't think I needed one this year.
Mm-hmm. That's fair. 3 minutes. Yes, you are going to get a fucking countdown. Deal with it.
So do you really think the European Union is going to go and conquer stuff in order to try and keep up paying the tab?
They won't be able to pay the tab. They're going to literally have to pull money out their ass, and they don't have that anymore. Not since Greece and Spain and Ireland and Italy.
Wait. Did somebody say Greece? We are Sparta! Sorry, I had to. Okay, it's out of my system now, kind of. I gotta kick somebody into a hole. I'll be right back.
You do realise the Spartans butt-fucked each other out of existence.
Damn it. Don't tell my wife that part.
Yeah, next time you go, this is Sparta, she pushes you down and goes, yeah, and I'm going to peg you.
Yeah, wouldn't surprise me, actually.
But if Europe managed to get their army together, where could they take it? I mean, is most of their real estate sort of taken already?
Yeah, Turkey's looking kind of tasty right now.
Actually, I keep playing that Conflict of Nations game. I'm kind of addicted to it. Not like farty addicted, where I blow all my fucking inheritance on it. But, I'm playing the 3 games at once every day. So, yeah. But you know what I noticed? Immediately at the start of the game, if you start as Turkey or Greece, you pretty much have to go to war with each other. I mean, that's pretty much it. It's kind of like Pakistan and India. You're not just going to eat some curry and hang out.
Well, militarily, when you're talking about Europe, right, because of the way that NATO was structured, like, not every European country has an actual proper military. Like, you say some of the Scandinavian countries, their navies are mainly support ships and stuff like that. Because they're going to have this structure, like, say, Britain had all the frigates and destroyers and shit. America had the aircraft carriers, and France had some heavier ships and stuff like that. But then you had support ships from like the refuelers and your tenders and stuff like that coming from your Scandinavian countries. You had like Germany and Belgium and places like that did all your technology and shit like that. So they were building all your missile systems. So that was their payment for not having an army and all this. Like, we'll cover you if you do your little bit. But what's happening now is that if America pulls out of NATO for a start, there goes basically every single offensive capability that Europe has, effectively.
It is 11 o'clock. It has happened. We are free. Carry on.
Well, William Wallace was wrong. Apparently, yeah, you can get your freedom back. But yeah, like, so if England leaves the UK, the EU, that effectively leaves France as the only offensive force that's left in Europe. They can't count on the Scandinavians to give them troops or aircraft or any offensive capabilities or anything like that. But even Italy and all the same thing there. So if Europe wants to mobilise and try and fucking do something about like people leaving the EU, it's going to take a lot of these countries a long time to actually just build up an offensive military, and it's going to cost them way too much. So I think this is probably going to be the thing that's going to prevent an actual uprising in Europe, is the fact that no one can actually afford to build up a proper military anymore, or at this point.
Yeah, but isn't that also the recipe for European Union just imploding when they try?
Oh, of course it will.
Hey, man.
Hey guys, what's going on? Happy Independence Day, Jensen.
Thank you very much. So now I understand what you lot have got about that whole July the 4th thing. It's kind of fun, isn't it?
Oh, are you blowing stuff up?
Oh, no, they're not allowed to.
Ours involved more bombs and the rocket's red glare and yada yada yada. Hopefully that's not happening.
Memes don't take away their fun. Go ahead, Jensen, blow something up.
And the rocket's red glare. Look at this Scott's pubic hair.
Have you been peeking?
Yes.
I'm just saying that's why they're going to call us Nazis again.
Yeah, we haven't yet heard the sound of any sort of interesting explosions, which equally I also haven't heard the sound of a million Ramonas committing suicide. Fingers crossed. Come on, you can do it. Pick up the razor blade and slash.
Hey,
there's
It's not cool.
There's no French Air Force jets flying over England at the moment because we can't hear in the background.
Yeah, you smell tobacco smoke overhead. But no, here's the thing, you guys. All you have to do is just remember, here in a few years, after the coronavirus wipes out half of London, you'll have plenty of food, Jensen. It'll be okay.
I know, I'm looking forward to it. I mean, what?
Yeah.
No, I heard there might be a chicken shortage or a Subway shortage.
Oh, you're not taking away my fried chicken.
If there's a chicken shortage, that's what we got French for. After all, we do like to point out they are cowards.
Oh, I like French fries.
Freedom fries memes. And don't you fucking forget it again.
We tried that. Good luck. It never caught on, man. Keep
Oh,
pushing.
It's
Decent
actually
idea, but
It's actually pomme julienne, but anyway.
French fries or fried French?
Fried French.
Oh, that reminds me. I am currently in crisis. I am out of ranch dressing.
Oh, dude, my son Robert would kill if we were out of ranch. He eats that shit on everything. It's like, I don't know. Eggs? Dump some ranch on it. What are you doing, kid?
I got an easy way of fucking getting him off of that. Just let him know that ranch dressing tastes like human bone dust.
Well, then Jensen will eat it all.
Yeah, where's the problem?
What you need to do is buy him a dress and tell him that if he runs out of ranch dressing, then all he needs to put the dress on the ranch.
Wait, if I put on a dress, my ranch dressing will refill?
Yes.
No,
I
do
think I
not
have
put
it.
on a dress memes. Don't
On
do
camera.
it.
I think I have ex-Mrs. memes, one of her dresses or
Oh,
something like
no,
that.
don't dig her up. I mean, did I say that out loud? Sorry.
I think I was using it for other purposes. Never mind.
The only problem is if you use ranch dressing, well, if you dressed up in a dress, you'll get ranch all up your gravy boat.
What? Oh, there's gravy too? I like gravy.
Yes, there is gravy too, yes.
In some cases, if you don't douche beforehand.
On the good ship, gravy boat, such a sweet ship, salty oats.
In the Navy, jabbing gravy.
See the 7 seas in the Navy.
Are you guys really singing? No, this is not
You can get
karaoke
down on
night.
your knees in the
No,
Navy.
I have not drank enough for this.
So you're
Stop
putting on
it.
karaoke night?
But no, let's say hi to the chat. Doku's a cunt. Davey Kemry, you're a douchebag. Flying Falcon, what up, though? Straight Sith Male, you should go kill Dave. That'd be fun. I just want to see it.
In
Doku's
Minecraft.
here. Doku's here. Here's Doku.
Welcome.
Hi, Doku. I just called you a cunt if you missed
Hey,
it.
Doku.
Play nice.
Well, where's the lie?
Oh, by the way, memes. I hereby nominate myself as president of the internet.
Right. Ye who's supposed to actually be running, who I don't think is actually registered in any state, so I hereby withdraw from your imaginary campaign.
Oh, hey, you know what? Campaign and chaos. Front lines or front headline. It's cool. Hey, Doku, you want a job?
Done.
Hey, I'm restaffed.
So when was the last time you spent any time in Iowa or New Hampshire?
There's an Iowa in New Hampshire. That's weird. I don't know anything about that. I would like to wait for more information to come out.
Doku, he's all yours. Good luck.
Impeach 2021. That's all I say. Impeach 2021.
Actually, as we're talking political crap, and Doku, please try not to get upset. I realise this is the absolute genius that it is your state. But have you heard how Virginia actually kind of wants to get rid of the First Amendment? I seem to remember that's a fairly important thing for you lot.
Oh, yeah, I was commenting on Twitter about that earlier today because Northam and the Democratic-run Virginia government, in its infinite wisdom, now wants to make it a crime to criticize the government. I believe you lot over there across the pond with your newfound freedom might somewhat have some familiarity with what happens when criticizing the government, suddenly becomes illegal.
Yeah. That, as the official representative of this side of the pond, don't let them do that. Grab the guy, throw him off the pier. Whether there's water there to catch him or not, don't care. Just do it. Get rid of him.
In
bad for you.
Minecraft.
You have to realize the great irony of this is first they tried to restrict the Second Amendment as much as possible, and then they went immediately after the first. Thank you for proving why the Second Amendment exists. You guys just inadvertently proved every single 2A shall not be impeached hashtag correct.
Now, Doku, I have a question, just because a lot of this seems to be coming out after, I believe, Governor Northam, whom I believe he had campaigned on his re-election and had aired the ad about basically an individual driving a truck who happened to have European ancestry was looking to run over 2 young children of color coming home from school. And I also believe there's the same Governor Northam that wasn't sure if he was the dude dressed in the Klan's robe or blackface. Is
Yeah.
this man being blackmailed?
I really don't know what's going on with my state, dude. I got nothing. It's
General Washington must be rolling over in his grave right now.
well, I mean, how out of touch do you have to be? Like, did you see the fucking Second Amendment rally in Richmond? And now you want to make it illegal to criticize the government because what? Some people posted pictures on Twitter of you in your tasteless fucking Halloween costume from what,
They
4 decades
did.
ago?
They had received the threats, but I'm not sure those threats nullified the First Amendment.
I'm also not sure if they were even legitimate because they were never followed up on.
No. If there was a credible threat, then he would submit that information to the FBI, and you would follow the process and everything there. See, this is why it's like I can't sit back. It's like, all right, I don't claim to be a progressive. I say I'm more of like a liberal Democrat that believes in progress, and I find I can actually have conversations about things, about ways to help enhance healthcare coverage for the entire country. If I say the first plus second make us free, and if libertarian and conservative folks don't feel like I'm going after their speech, religion, or their firearms, they're more open to conversation.
Indeed.
Well, it's kind of the whole, again, Northam, you're proving every Second Amendment person on Twitter correct. If you take away the second, there's nothing to stop them taking away the first or any other amendment. Are you guys secretly actually trying to get Trump reelected? Are you guys actually secretly Republicans, or are you just stupid? I can't figure it out.
Well, these are the things that really concern me, because if you're literally trying to ignite some form of combat, well, you take away the person's Second Amendment right, or you take away their first. Those are two of the most cherished amendments among many folks within these United States.
Well, isn't it ironic that the guy who's sitting in the same city that used to be the capital of the Confederacy could arguably, I know this is conspiracy theory YouTube, I stated it, so you don't have to strike us or anything, but wouldn't it seem like, bro, if you want to start a Civil War 2.0 electric boogaloo, you just did the two things that you need to do to make it happen.
You have to be careful using that Boogaloo comment, mate. That's now considered bad word.
Oh, dude, like, I give a flying fuck what the Southern Poverty Law Center has to say. I mean, seriously. I don't give... No, and I will stand by that statement. I'll ride that one all the way to the fucking bank. Fuck the Southern Poverty Law Center. Fuck them. Fuck the NAACP. Fuck them.
So to be fair, you're probably not going to be going to the bank.
Fucking show. We're doing it live. Goddamn it.
Fucking shut up, memes. Shut the fuck up, memes. I want to know the fucking mental bloody gymnastics these cunts fucking had to go through to fucking make electric boogaloo a fucking naughty word.
Isn't this the same Southern Poverty Law Center that their leader was like outed as engaging in much racist behavior?
Yeah.
Yeah, but the thing is though, I don't think he was doing racist behavior. It is just more that what is considered racist behavior these days, it's such a wide term that anything is racist. When you right out of the easy targets from the right, then all you got are the one on the left.
Wait.
Oh, and also,
what's the fucking mental gymnastics? How the fucking hell did they determine that? What was it? Because the movie had a couple of black people in it?
No.
No, it's internet culture. Internet culture's bleeding into their lives, and they don't understand internet culture, so they think everything's racist because a couple fucking alt-right memes came out.
So they're cultural imperialists.
Well, no, what happened is when a bunch of people were talking about, like, is there going to be a second civil war if Trump's reelected, or, like, all that shit. They started referring to, like, Antifa and BLM riots and other stupid shenanigans from the left. They started referring to it as a boogaloo. So someone somewhere in their infinite wisdom actually picked up on it the same way that they think milk is racist. So boogaloo is now the new alt-right term for referring to a civil war like it's a code word or some kind of fucking secret. It's never been a secret, you fucking idiots.
Right, good. Fucking now I've had my brain melting moment for the day. We can all get on with the world.
Okay. If they think Boogaloo is bad, let's bring back Jigaboo. That's got really Yeah, I said it memes. I went there.
I don't even remember what that is.
Oh, really?
It sounds racist.
Jigaboo was the term used back, I believe, in the 40s and 50s for our more suntanned brethren, or people of colour, or African Americans, or pick a term you want to use.
It's a derogatory ancestral term.
Yeah, it was
Yes,
used in. It was even used in Police Academy, where the little black girl that didn't really speak very loud fucking runs over the copper's feet, and he's like, "Ah, you dumb bat, jigaboo!" And that's when Hightower just walks up and just tips the car over.
Yeah.
That's the last time I heard it.
It was used between like the 20s and I believe up until like the 60s.
There you go.
But originally, it wasn't even really considered a derogatory term. It was just kind of slang. Like, it wasn't like calling someone cracker. Yeah, it was just a term.
Well, there are a lot of terms historically that were used in negative context, or just even within common vernacular that now we consider racial slurs and stuff.
Okay, that is true, memes. But I mean, in all honesty, let's think about this. Words only have that kind of power to affect you emotionally or psychologically if you allow them to have that power.
True.
That's why people like Chris Rock came out with that documentary, The N-Word. It was to take away the fucking power that word had over an entire class of people. And they were trying to remove that power. And now everything's going reverse to where they're giving it way more power than the word even had in its historical connotation.
Well, we're actually transmogrifying that power into power word cancel.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, I actually think the bigger problem is the fact that like education standards are falling to the stage that people just simply don't even understand history 10 years ago. To the point now we're listening to all these idiots when we should have been fucking saying, no, how's about you shut the fuck up until you learn what you know, what you're talking about.
Yeah, well, that's the problem you get with fucking victim culture is they get rewarded for victimizing themselves half the fucking time. I mean, look at Jesse fucking Smollett of all people. Like, they're desperate. They're desperate to be victimized because it gives them power. Because look at me, I'm so oppressed. It's like, shut the fuck up, you millionaire. You're on TV and you have a fucking bougie dog.
Doku, check this out. So I was listening to fucking song with Eminem and another guy on it, and the black guy is rapping, and he goes on, you say that us wanting our own space is segregation. That's funny. I call it being woke and doing what I want to do. In other words, I don't have to associate with you if I don't want to. Freedom of association, yeah, but having an all one group fucking safe space seems like segregation to me. I'm sorry. Take your woke bullshit and go fuck yourself with it.
I love that though. Like, you know, like they want their segregation and all this because I don't want to associate with you and I have that right, but you have to associate with me when I'm robbing your ass.
Well, see, that's so sorry to cut you off, memes. No, that's such a funny line to me because yeah, people self-segregate all the fucking time, but there's nothing really woke about it. It just kind of says either A, you don't give a shit about what MLK stood for, which there goes your fucking pride, I guess. Like, whoop-de-fucking-do. Or B, yeah, I guess you're woke and you want to self-segregate, which, okay, yeah, well, you're a racist. Sorry. Like, which one is it?
Shit on your fucking your past or fucking be a racist cunt. Either way, you're an
I
asshole.
recently actually found out what cracker means. It's not, as I thought, literally the food stuff suggesting you're white, just like a cracker. It's actually whip cracker. I'm assuming you Americans actually knew that.
Wait, what?
Oh my god, you didn't know.
I thought it was like the thing that Ritz were.
They're basically calling us slave drivers. They're calling us masters, which is a weird insult because you're the one cracking the whip.
I'm not good at that.
Okay. So, all right. Here's the version of events I was always told is that because like the Europeans when they went to places like Africa and all this always got sunburnt, started peeling and shit, and because they looked like they were cracking, that's why they call them crackers.
Wait, are you saying different words
crackers
mean different things to different people?
Some cases.
Yeah. Strangely enough.
In all cases, Americans.
All right, upside down, man.
Okay, mate, you go make that stuff out of that magical, imaginary shit, aluminum.
Oh, yeah.
How else are we going to get reception on our old TV rabbit ears?
What is it with America? Do they actually hate the letter U and the letter I? Because they just leave it out of random-ass words.
We like to take the U out.
No. This is another
Cabby I.
joke from the Australians with the drop bears and the bunyips and all this kind of stuff. We told them that you actually sounds like double O.
Are you the same folks that are trying to eliminate us with Vegemite?
Well, we've got to do something. I mean, you are trying to bring down the royal fucking family by blackmailing the Queen with that bloody little turncoat Meghan Markle.
Now, play nice. You already offended Jesse the other day.
Oh, it's not my fault. That's not my fault. He's a peasant.
Oh boy.
No,
Here we
no,
go
actually,
again.
no, it wasn't that. No, it was something about America. He wasn't
Totally
used to
2-1.
that level.
Wait a minute. No. Did the prisoner just call an American a peasant?
Yep.
Yeah. Go back to the chain gang. What the fuck's wrong with you? Who let you out? Is this your 1 hour of yard time?
See, unlike you guys, we did start as a penal colony, but my relatives immigrated here from Scotland, so fuck you lot.
So you're saying you're not a criminal?
Nope.
Not yet.
As I said, the other monkey, I'm actually related to Lord Mountbatten, so
Those were words.
Point. Does this mean that you're a didn't do? Because after all, you didn't do nothing wrong. Now
Finally found a member of the mystical tribe known as the Dindus.
Yep.
Well, knowing the way that the magical island of the drop bears is going, he'll be a fucking criminal just for having junk between his legs.
actually,
We
that
should
is
change-
becoming a fucking thing out here.
I was only half joking.
Americans for. Thanks for all the fucking feminism, guys.
They finally started to push that shit in Norway, so it's gonna be fun.
You know what? I have a proposal. Instead of saying don't go to France, it should be don't go to Victoria.
Yep, don't go to Victoria because there's dumb fucking sluts out there that like to fucking get on TV and then like get up everybody's nose by saying that every single firefighter that's coming back from the fire ground is just going to go home and beat up their wives.
Well,
God, I
stop
remember
beating
hearing
up
that.
your wife. Anyway, if you are pushing shit in Norway, is it a big ball of frozen shit? And does the shit beat its wife? Like firefighters, obviously, because we all know that's what happens.
No, that's just the muzzies.
No. They just now started to think that it's a good idea to have the government involved in what gender your child is.
Oh,
great.
that's insane. And Farty, do not drone strike me. You know I'm kidding, buddy.
Well, what this fucking idiot Lezo didn't fucking realise is she was fundamentally wrong for a start, because not all the firefighters go home and beat up their wives, because not all of us are married. We have to go and find somebody else's wife to beat up.
Good point.
Yeah, and also you need to make sure that the wives you beat up are of the proper color, because you need to be diverse about it.
Have you considered this is why you're single?
Wait, diversity and wife beating is. Oh, you're Mormon. It makes sense.
At least,
No,
Farty, what you really need to do, Farty, is you can't exercise your fireman's privilege, or I mean, fireperson's privilege there. You have to actually go find a refugee and hire them to do it for you.
Okay, you did not just say no. I can't let this go. You did not just say fire person.
Yeah, I was taking a shot
That's
at
too
her
far.
now.
Well, a lot of fire people.
That did actually fucking happen as a result of that stupid fucking Gillette shaver commercial. There's a fire station in a part of Sydney called Newtown, and they've got like a notice board, public notice board thing, you know, check your smoke alarms and all that kind of crap. And they said, was it masculinity isn't toxic, but smoke from house fires is, so check your smoke alarms. And they got fucking ripped into, and they had to take it down because how dare they try and be smart and funny. And
Aw,
I
that's
actually like that. That
yeah,
was
so do I. That's a good one.
Yeah.
That's a good one.
Okay, real quick though, I gotta address the chat. We got voice over here for a Brexit stream. There's too many bloody foreigners on it. You're right. All you British bastards, get out of here. The Americans are talking about Brexit.
Well, I was gonna say I'll go pop up if you want.
No.
voice
The
up
truth
there.
is that this stream is a diverse stream. That's why it's so many foreigners. Yeah.
Like, did Jensen just
be
sleep?
diverse.
I think he really did. God damn it, Jensen.
And now he's not diverse enough. We need him back so we can be a diverse stream.
Yeah, he's
I
our
don't know.
local informant on Brexit. We need to know when the Remainers actually start rioting.
I know. Wait, did the French get him? Oh shit, they black bagged him.
Yeah, didn't we hear that? Coming to get him?
Haha.
Oh, good,
There he
good.
is.
The French didn't get you. Either that or they just burnt you with their cigarette a couple times before throwing up the white flag.
They just blew it in his
You
face
said I
aggressively.
had to leave. I'm not going to argue with the Mazda now, am I, slave driver?
Oh, boy.
They blew cigarette smoke in his face aggressively.
What's in your general direction?
I just tried to point out that we need to be a diverse stream. That is why we have so many foreigners here.
Lovelace, thank you. And yes, this is actually for Cabby because
Actually,
he
she,
talked.
she had,
Wait, whoa, my turn. This, that's it. I'm going to take my time now. I think that we should make sure that people understand this entire stream is for Cabby. After all, he spent years and years and years telling us how bad. Am I annoying you yet? That the entire European Union actually was. And he fought and truly believed that the right thing to do was nuke the living crap out of the entirety of Europe and basically float off towards Bermuda where the weather was nicer.
well, I was just going to say she's right. We should get some port, but you know, you can be a fuck with all you like.
Damn. Yeah, all that build up and you just wanted to grab a beer. Grab me one while you're at the fridge, bro.
Speaking of beer, this drink is for Cabby. Cheers, bro.
For
Yeah,
Cabby.
so we should
Hey,
get
I'll
more.
drink to that. Cheers. All right,
now that you guys are finally free from the cunt in Brussels.
And MC says the French are upset, especially the fishermen. Well, I mean, yeah, they can't steal all those great English fish, right? Isn't that what they're arguing over, is the fish in the channel?
Well, there was some
Yeah.
fishing rights thing involving like the EU, France, the English Channel, and the UK, and the EU.
Well,
basically
no,
the UK.
go back to what you just said. Go back. Doku, repeat that. The what channel?
The English Channel. Yeah,
English.
I know.
Wait. Not. I thought it was French. What's going on?
It's never been French. It's never been French. Oh god, the French
no.
and the Spanish have been trying to have their say about that for years, and they've always been battered down like the peasants they are.
Well, if I remember correctly, there's a reason that Britain has historically always had a very, very, very strong navy, and the only people that ever managed to fuck with them were the fucking Scandinavians, and the English Channel always belonged to the fucking English. Always the Anglo-Saxons. Not even the Vikings took that shit. So I don't know what
I
they're
know
about.
the Romans just walked up and collected some seashells. They're like, we ain't fucking with this shit.
The reason why it's the English Channel is because everybody who gets and takes France gets to the English Channel, and they're just like, yeah, we're done. They can have that.
Yep.
They couldn't even take it using a fucking Air Force back in World War II.
Exactly.
Luftwaffe got destroyed.
Mhm.
Even the Luftwaffe couldn't fucking take it. So yeah, I'm pretty sure it belongs to the British.
Yeah, the English fought for it, and they fought for it hard, and it's theirs. You want it? You go fucking argue with them.
Yeah, as the Dalai Lama would say, this territory belongs to the people of that territory. So fuck you.
Well, no, MC was making a joke. Annoyed the Brits drink a pint of Guinness. No, actually, though, let's talk about Ireland, okay? The Republic of Ireland, they are staying in the EU. You still have an open border, right? How's that going to play out?
Sort of, because,
Yeah.
well...
Go on,
yeah,
party,
go,
mate.
Jason.
No, actually, this one's all you. Go for it.
All right, well, there's the two parts to Ireland, all right? So you've got the part of Ireland that wants to stay with the EU, and then there's another part that is run by England. They've still got to go through that part to get into England. Either that, they've still got to go through British customs when they leave Island.
Yeah, but what's the distance between Belfast and Dublin, right? I mean, it's nothing.
Fucking right. A long way, actually. But then again, we're talking about you lot from a country that has states bigger than my country. So,
Yeah.
questionable point.
Yeah, define a long
Yeah,
way.
right? Like, my wife just went to town. So she has to drive 60 miles into town, 60 miles back. What's that for you if you're driving from London 60 miles fucking up the country or whatever towards Scotland? How far would you get?
I can tell you now that from my house to Balmoral is 556 miles. And Balmoral's in Scotland, just for, you confused people.
Oh, I was gonna say, yeah. What happened to kilometers, right? Like, don't you have that fancy measurement?
Never heard of it. Never believed in it. Fuck it.
Here's a mind blower for you. How many cities are there between, say, Maine and the tip of Florida?
Too many to fucking count.
We've got 2 in the equivalent distance.
That's insane. Are you serious? Like, you guys just got kangaroo camps out there, right?
Yep, Sydney to Melbourne, and that's you're going halfway up our country too. So if you want to go, say, Brisbane to Melbourne, that's basically Rhode Island to Florida.
Wait, Farty, are you talking just the East Coast, and we were talking like proper cities? Ones that actually show up on a not detailed road atlas. Atlas.
Traffic lights and fucking big buildings and stuff like that. So. Yeah.
Let me do some quick head count because I live on the East Coast and I've been pretty much up and down the entirety of it. There's at least 40.
Yeah, well, we've got 2. So between Maine and Florida, it's 3. Maine, Rhode Island and Florida, it'd be 3.
Wow.
I mean, hell, just in Virginia, you have the 2 big ones are obviously Richmond, VA Beach, and Newport News / Norfolk would be considered a major city. Then obviously there's DC, which I guess you could argue is part of Virginia since fucking might as well be.
What about Arlington? You got all sorts of fucking cities in Virginia, dude.
Well, I mean, Northern Virginia is one gigantic fucking city, and it's basically just an extension of DC if you really want to get into the semantics about it.
Wow.
I mean, it's Arlington, Fairfax, Tyson's Corner, Woodbridge, Woodboro. I mean, dude, we've got fucking cities all over the damn place.
So, all right, since this is a Brexit party here, let's talk a little bit more Brexit. Is Boris gonna step down and let a new government be formed since he's pretty much there for the transition, right?
No, because he actually.
Just a second, sorry, I got to mute. I hit the wrong button, Jensen, my bad.
Okay. No, he's not, because they actually just had the vote and people wanted it dealt with. To be honest, 4 years' time, he'll go back up. Whether or not he makes it in, who knows? I strongly suspect he will, purely for one simple reason. Let's be honest, we've got the Liberal Democrats with possibly 1 seat, maybe. I'm not even sure if it's a seat, more of a stall. And we've got Labour. Yeah. Labour's doing so well that if they tripled their seats, they still wouldn't basically matter. So, I don't think we need to worry too much about the Conservatives being kicked out, apart from maybe if Boris goes on and starts sacrificing puppies or something.
Okay, now, do we need to worry about Count Dankula and his assault bat? I know there's an issue that has arisen from a video he put out today. He's already ready for the end. The end is nigh, and he has his assault bats. I don't know what's up with the mixer beater thing that he duct taped to it, but, hey, not everybody knows about baseball. You guys,
come on,
are weird.
Man. Obvious why that's there. Well, how else is he going to beat his wife? That joke. I'm sorry.
No, that actually works with the fireman wife beater jokes we just had a few minutes ago. We gotta offend everybody, so why leave the Scots out?
Well, the thing is that the Scots, it's an unusual situation because basically everyone in that kingdom had a national streak during that election. It's just that the Scots decided that their nation was Scotland, so they voted for the Scottish National Party.
Did anybody catch that? All I
No.
heard was the Queen is dead, long live the King. Right? No, just me.
With that.
Oh, I like Godzilla.
Do I need to repeat myself?
What?
No, save
No,
us.
no,
I mean, yeah, sure. No kidding.
I'm sorry.
That was a joke, Keen. Memes. So, how's it gonna feel to lose running for president of the internet? I know it's gonna be rough on you. I'm gonna write a great speech and I'll autograph it for you after I win.
Oh, well, I mean, you're assuming people would care about you. But, no, everyone should vote TR for president of the internet.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't know, but like, yeah, the balls on this guy. Come on to my show and insult me directly. Okay, you bearded bastard. Let's have at it.
So are we gonna have a beard off?
That's right. Yes, we're having a beard off.
Well, so you think that TR is going to win as president of the internet memes?
I'm gonna vote for him.
Good.
Who the
Impe-
fuck is TR?
Oh,
Impeach
TR, he's a networking
2021.
dude. No, I was on a stream with him the other day, and then he convinced me. And also, I mean, who would vote for themselves? Isn't that kind of conceited?
Everybody votes for themselves. Are you kidding me? You think George Bush voted for Al Gore? What the fuck's wrong with you?
If the election comes down to one vote, I think there's many initial problems under there.
Well, all I have to say is that impeach TR 2021.
Okay.
Wait, no. The vote did come down to one Chad.
No, there are like 500 or so in Florida.
Well, it is Florida. It's one big Chad. Am I right? MC says
Yep.
MC doesn't want to be president. Chancellor though has a nice ring.
No.
Palpatine.
He deserved the title War Master. Don't you agree, Dodo?
I think that was Darth Plagueis,
Yeah, I
agree.
want to
who
hear.
may actually, in fact, be MC.
Fuck's sake. Yeah, I want to hear MC's do his impression of something dark side before we call him a chancellor or anything.
Let's bring him up. I actually got to peace out and set up my own stream, so I'll talk to you all later. See you guys.
Later, baby Yoda. Take it easy.
something dark side.
Wait, had Cam in the chat. Leave Florida alone. I can imagine that Britney person from YouTube 10 years ago. It needs an adult. Well, we can't supervise Florida, okay? The last supervisor was Virginia, and you saw what happened to them.
Oh, okay, I see what you did there.
Yeah. The thing is that you need one place to put the crazies at. I always thought that Florida was America's insane asylum.
No, Florida is God's waiting room.
Yep.
Oh. So where's the insane asylum?
I
then?
mean,
Hello.
The insane asylum is fucking UCal Berkeley.
What?
hey, okay.
Hello.
Hello.
Berkeley, California, Keen. That's where all the Antifa crazies are. Well, one of
No,
them.
you know, I think I figured it out. Yorkie is a Remainer. Did you hear how depressed he sounds? He's been crying over there with the Britisher all day, huh?
At this point in time,
He's got to put up with all the fucking immigrants whinging about it, though. I don't get monotonous where
Dodge. Dodge, I will beat you to death with your own dildo.
Hey, stay out of my dresser.
At this point in time, I think one of the greatest insults you can tell any of the Brits that even remotely are aware who we are is to call them a Remainer. That has become worse than the N-word now in Britain.
Now, screw the N-word. It's almost as bad as the French. I mean, you call us the French and see what happens.
Yeah. Actually, I was going to say.
Come on, Dutch.
Yeah, nigger wasn't really such a huge thing over here. It's more packy.
Yeah.
Oh, that's fair.
Okay. First off, I already did the disclaimer, so it doesn't matter, even though you botched up the word. It sounded like you said knicker, like pants. Like, so, you know, that's cool.
You're assuming they
Good
go
job.
for pants.
They steal
Jesus.
them. I mean, fuck. God damn it.
Even saying knickers fucking sounds weird from Americans.
Doesn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, if you
Yeah.
want to chuckle, Fatty, get an American to say wanker. It's wonderful.
Please don't.
It
Wanker?
really is.
Wanker?
Can you hear it?
Wanker? What? I don't get it.
It sounds like
Goku, do you suddenly feel a little ostracized here? Like, do we
Yes,
need to go to the Americans only corner of the room?
I'm gonna go cry to Elizabeth Warren.
Yeah, we got Americans only fucking water fountains. What's going on here, guys? Is this what Brexit's all about?
You want to actually hear an accent that sounds really funny saying the word wanker. It's actually the Kiwis that really make it sound really wrong because, like, you know, there's this line from the movie Bad Taste where, like, they call them intergalactic wankers. Like, you intergalactic winkers.
I knew it. They have it as winker, don't they? Yeah.
Yeah.
Real quick, Keen, you've been here since the very beginning of the show. I'm going to put you in the waiting room and let Kem join, because we're going to have some rolling guest spots here. So, you know how StreamYards works. So, I'm going to throw you in the back room.
Screw that. He's European. Get rid of him.
Oh,
Hey, Cam.
Oh, yeah, we Brexited, huh?
How's
What's
you,
up, Wanker?
Stop it. Or I'll start doing my really, really bad American accent.
Oh, God.
Oh, bless your heart. No, was that close to Jensen's bless your heart? I was trying to do a Jensen impression of a southern accent. So it's like a bad accent impression. It's hard.
An
impression
you don't
of an
do a
accent.
southern accent anyway. There's a reason we call you Yankee. Yankee.
Yankee Doodle Dandy. Anyway.
There's your proof.
Oh, I could do a southern impression. Hey, where's my sister? I'm feeling horny.
Hey, we didn't say New South Wales, all right?
No, that's Tasmania. Get it right, for fuck's sake. Christ, you can't even insult properly, man. Jesus.
Hi, Kim.
Hey, that's the only city I know in Australia. Fuck you. I got nothing.
City.
You actually got
It's a province, city, county, province. I've been playing a video game. Fuck you. Fuck all of you. You know, why did you have to leave the European Union? They should have kicked your ass out. You're rude. And you have bad food.
What's even funnier is that warfare for Americans is just their version of geography, and Dodge has been playing this game for a good long while now. He still hasn't fucking figured out about anything more than Sydney.
Well, Sydney has that opera house. It's really cool.
Actually, I have a question, Dodge. Can you guess what the capital city of Australia is?
Drop Bear Island.
Correct.
Close enough.
Nice.
Might as well. We actually call it the bullshit pile because everyone goes there is just speaking bullshit.
It's Victoria.
Well, no, like, how did you guys even get a capital? I mean, you show up there and something kills you. I'm not getting it here.
Well, we found this nice flat piece of land, and then we set fire to the fucking thing, and then we shot everything that moved, and we put up a bunch of landmines and stuff like that, and then we built a Parliament House. That's how we did it.
So it's more of a stronghold.
Yeah, and we made sure the Parliament House was so far the fuck out of civilization that no one would even bother to go there to fucking kill anybody that was there. That's the reason why Canberra's in the middle of nowhere.
Well,
So,
I think
Kim.
we've managed to offend most of the world at this point. Hey, Kim, how you doing, hon?
Well, luckily, most of the world already offends itself, so we really don't have to do much for that.
I am totally not reading that comment, Candid.
I will.
No.
The Opera House is not as impressive as Christchurch, to be fair. I don't give a shit.
Actually, does anyone have a stream of it?
Actually, the Opera House is far better than Christchurch. There's far less mosques.
Oh.
Well, there's less mosques in Christchurch now.
And I might or might not know where to find the video.
Shut up! No, we can't run for president of the internet and have all these dirty little secrets like that, okay? Shut up.
Actually,
and
I
Barry...
think that's the only way to win.
No, shut up. Do what the Clintons do and bury your dirt in the back 40.
Leave 40 alone, poor bastard. He don't even come on anymore when you're trying to bury bodies in him. Now I understand why I don't speak to you.
Well, Dodge,
But just-
time for for conception.
Just real quick with Candid's last comment, it's like, yeah, okay, I can explain why Christchurch does seem to look a bit better than what Sydney does. The reason why the grass is greener in New Zealand is because they're all over here walking on ours.
That actually is kind of a fair point.
You know, each and every one of us has a first-class ticket straight to hell. It'll be great, though. The tour bus is fun, I hear.
I booked mine years ago.
First class ticket, I got a private fucking train, mate.
I've got a couple
Private? Don't you want your
of
friends to go? I mean, Highway to Hell, ACDC, come on.
When you're the
thing.
CEO of the fucking the biggest fucking multinational fucking employer of the universe, mate, you can have your own fucking train. Tell everyone to get fucked. It's called privilege, mate.
So you admit it. White privilege. There you go.
Oh, damn it!
No,
Well, I was gonna
Yankee
say-
privilege.
I was going to say privilege comes with rank, but that probably led onto a wank joke.
Of course it would. About 3 seconds later.
So let's do our best job at pissing MC off. So I was watching a show about America's worst prisons last night, right? And they're talking about Tent City in Arizona. They're talking about Sheriff Joe and his little pink fucking underwear Tent City. They have the only female chain gang left in the United States of America, people. This is great. So, like, they make those bitches fucking march and fucking do cadence. They are chained together, 4 deep. And they go on public roads in front of everybody, like all their neighbors and shit, and fucking hunt for poisonous snakes. That's right. Poisonous snakes in 140-degree weather. Yeah, that's great. And what happens when you find that diamondback, right? What happens? I mean, you're chained together. What the
You know what happens? One less person for us to pay for to eat.
Exactly.
Dodge, I think you'll find it's actually venomous, not poisonous.
I think you'll find that you can go fuck yourself.
I think you'll find he's right, and I also think you'll find that a quicker way to piss MC off is if we just talk shit about his girlfriend, that fucking slutbag, Meghan Markle.
Oh, damn. Okay, go right for the juggler. I'm cool with that. But no, I figured we'd piss him off because, yes, it is cruel and unusual punishment. Yes, what they are doing in Arizona is bullshit. Prove me wrong. There, I said
Sounds like
it.
equality.
If you want to, get MC's response up, just ask him about frying pans. That's all you need to do. And I'm going to leave that there. Oh, yeah. Ask him about frying pans. That will do it.
Okay, MC. What is it about frying pans that triggers you?
Oh, no, the frying pans were invented by the Fae. That's what happened.
Trust me,
So-
that was exactly what I said.
Sorry, no. But okay. Do you think it's cruel and unusual punishment to make people do a chain gang? You only get a ration of water. It's only about 2 liters of water. You're in 140 heat, and you're working for about 10 hours straight. You get to use the porta potty that they tow in the back once at the beginning of your 10 hours. That's it. Done. And they tell you to drink plenty of water the night before you go out because they don't want you to die. Well, they only let you use the bathroom once. That seems interesting because I know my wife goes to the bathroom all the goddamn time to pee. So, like, she ain't gonna work on that chain gang. That shit ain't gonna work out.
Matt, you
All right,
do
well,
know
there's-
you're not meant to sit at your computer and pee, don't you? Did anyone?
Oh.
There's one important question.
Oh, I gotta drain the bag. I'll be right back. No.
That explains the smell.
Well, Dodge, there's one important question. What crime do these females commit to get them on a chain gang where you have to go out and hunt fucking poisonous snakes for 10 hours?
That's the thing, dude. You know what crime it was? Drug possession.
Okay, that's a bit excessive, yeah. I'll give you that.
Well, kind of like you're not really going to impress the Poms or myself in this because, well, Jensen, well, Yorkie most would probably know about this as well. Is that kind of a tradition is so far back in the day with the Commonwealth, it's not funny. Like press gangs and stuff. If you got into trouble like in the 1800s or 1700s or something like that, chances are, while you're being arrested, someone from the military will come along and say, "You want out of this, son? Come with me." And it was exactly the same thing. It was forced servitude pretty much on rations, and you were really bastardized and not treated very well in comparison to militaries nowadays. And it was like, a form of prison and all this kind of stuff. It's just a form of prison that you could choose to do. So putting people to work when they've done something wrong is something that's not foreign to us. And in fact, also you'll find that a lot of people are also calling for like conscription and things like this. And you're talking about a place like America, that would be a bloody good way of getting around a lot of the problems you guys have got. Since you've got these prisoners sitting around doing nothing anyways, you could give them a trade or a qualification, go around fixing all your infrastructure and stuff like that, saving fucking tons on manpower, and all you're paying is for materials. Hopefully they'll do a good job.
We have something similar to that. It's called work release. So you usually spend your weekends, and there's certain jobs that will hire people that are trying to learn a skill or like do something so that when they get out, they're not complete fucking deadbeats and end up back in the fucking prison system and waste our fucking tax money.
But there's a lot of things internally, like this runs like rampant all around the world. Like the same argument can be made out here, that like, with your infrastructure failing, like bridges need to be rebuilt and things like that, not just rubbish picked up on the side of the road. So there's
but how many fucking engineers are going to prison for a fucking 5-year bid so they can fix the Golden Gate Bridge, dude? Not very fucking many.
No, you're only using the manpower to actually perform the actual work. Like all the other stuff, like your engineering and the design work and all that, be done by properly accredited people. These are just monkeys that are turning ratchets on bolts and stuff like that. And that's where you'll have a lot of your labour costs and all this be removed from it, making it far cheaper.
Well, no, and here's the thing also. Okay, so I get what you're saying because I think the tent city, what Sheriff Joe did. First off, he took Korean war tents. He bought everything Army surplus. He bought the bunks. He bought the tents. He did what would have costed $5 million for 100,000, and nobody has escaped this prison. And it's all outdoors. It's a fucking tent, fence, fucking razor wire. That's it. That's what you get. Okay, I'm on board for that part. How about you give these motherfuckers some water, though? You know what I'm saying? Because they're hardly getting any water. The only amenity they got is a wet fucking pink towel, dude. The shit's fucked.
Well, yeah, of course, this is intended that, like, if any person does get on a program like what I'm talking about, all the work safety and all that kind of shit rules apply as well. So it's effectively like a proper job. And, like, there would be instances where you could get an accreditation at the other end. There's an experience and all this kind of stuff. But, like, so with the whole thing, yeah, you must give them water. You must give them adequate water dictated by the temperatures of the day. They must have a food break. They must have rest breaks and all this. You can't work them like slaves. I agree with that part.
Well, and I got into this show, right? So I clicked on the next one. It was Dallas, right? So Dallas, Texas lockup. And they got this program. It's the last boot camp left in the prison system in the United States, according to them anyway. And so what happens is from ages 14 to 24, you can go into this program. So you got felons, robbery, aggravated assault, attempted murder, shit like that. Shit that's gonna get them 20 to life in Texas, where Texas ain't fucking around. When they say life, it ain't like in Oregon where life is 15 years. No, they mean you're dead, you're done, you're gone. Peace, it's life. So they're giving them a way out. And what it is it's 16 months of just boot camp. That's worse than basic training, dude. And it's every day. But after that 16 months, they get out. I think that's fair. It's pretty fucked up though. They're harassing them. They're messing with them the whole fucking time, and it's boot camp. But hey, if you tried to kill somebody, yeah, it's got to be hard to get you out early. Sorry, son.
Of course
you fucked up.
it's fucked up, dude. And of course they're gonna harass them. Like the entire fucking point about boot camp and not basic training, but fucking boot camp, is because they fucking break down your own individuality and your own fucking conviction so that you know when to follow fucking orders. Because when you're in the fucking field, and I know military people will agree with me on this one, when your sergeant tells you to do something, you fucking do it. You don't sit there and fucking question it, because all you have to do is fucking hesitate for a few seconds, and either your ass is getting killed or you're gonna get your entire fucking team killed. So yeah, you shut the fuck up and do what the fuck you're told. And most people, because of the way our society is structured, most people value that type of individuality and that freedom of thought and freedom of choice. That's not the way a fucking well-functioning, well-oiled military fucking works. You are a cog in the fucking machine. Your individuality does not matter for shit. So yeah, having somebody sit there and yell in your face and fucking harass you to break you down, whether you fucking break down crying or you try to punch the dude, well, either you break down crying and now you're the bitch of the fucking group, or you punch your fucking drill sergeant and then he fucking lays you out and proves you that you're a little bitch.
Well, no,
and shut the fuck up and do what he says.
Well, no, and this is in jail, so if you fuck up, they kick you out the program and you're now a lifer. So bye, peace out, see you in 25, 30 years. So it's even worse, right? You're not going to wash out of this program. If you wash out of this program, you're going to the lockup. You're done.
So what Doki just mentioned is not entirely accurate. While orders are supposed to be followed and all this kind of stuff, there is the option if the order is unreasonable. It's an unreasonable request. Like, say, for instance, one of your officers wants you to carry their shit because they want to bastardize you. You can't refuse that order because it's a personal request, not an order. But if, say, for instance, right, you're under fire and your sergeant tells you to go and run out into blatant machine gun fire that's going to rip you to shreds before you even get 3 feet, you absolutely say, no, fucking, I'm pinned down. Fucking, like, machine gun that way, fucking go send someone around the other way. You can do that. Like, it's not World War One now where it's just blindly running in front of machine gun nests. The US military has done this since Vietnam. They realised that conscripting people who didn't want to be there was not the thing to do, and the end of 1975, they restructured the army. So
I get what you're saying, but you're not understanding. Okay, so these guys aren't leaving prison and going into the military. This is to break them down and make them conform to society and to punish them for 16 months straight. That way they can get out of jail early. This isn't a military program. This is the Dallas Correctional department doing this to these guys.
Yeah, no, okay. I was just correcting something that Doku said.
No, and that's fair. I know there is some autonomy within the military. Like, it's not, you must do this. I was making a blanket statement.
But where I was going with that was like, yeah, this is definitely not like that. Like, the officers definitely will be able to have the option to say, right, well, this is what we would like to do in this operation. This is how we would like to push it, and all this kind of stuff. That generally defeats the whole go do this fucking suicidal thing. No, fuck off. Get someone else to do it, because there wouldn't be that suicidal thing typically there.
No, and again, more specifically, Farty, I was saying is just like how they treat you in boot camp, where you do what the drill instructor says. I'm not talking about like in actual combat. I know there is autonomy amongst soldiers when you're actually like out of boot camp, but I'm talking about specifically for boot camp. They're trying to break you down so that you you conform to the military structure and format. That's why that's why later on they allow you to actually start growing your hair back out and you can have a beard again.
Well, that's actually the definition of the term uniform. It's not just a piece of clothing.
No, uniform
exactly.
literally means everything the same. But Mad, I'm gonna have to head, mate. So thank you for having me on, and thank you for doing this for Cabby. He deserved to have this stream, I think. All right, guys. I'll see you later. And
See
thank
ya.
you for all those who decided to pop up and listen to the crap we're talking about. See you all later. Bye.
Yeah.
All right, take it
Later,
easy,
Jensen.
Jensen. No, and the thing is though, so in the chat, and yeah, after 16 months they'll do the same crime again. Okay, so in this program in Dallas, 10% wash out in the first week. Those that don't wash out, about 75 to 70% actually make it through the program. The recidivist rate is actually pretty low. We're looking at 35 to 40% recidivist. And you're not eligible for the same program twice. So if you are a recidivist, if you commit the same crime again and you get locked up again, you're done. Game over. Also, when you're released, you're on parole and you're supervised. So, I don't know. I think it's a good program, and it would take the shit they were making those guys do in just the first couple days. I'm like, fuck that noise. You know what I mean? So, if they make it through it, I think they earned their freedom.
I just wonder how much of that statistic's been slewed by people getting out of the program, like going past their parole period, just leaving the state and committing a crime in another state, and where it's not recorded in the original one.
I think that if you're willing to put forth the effort, like, you're probably not going to make the same mistake again.
Well, you're right, and this is the point of the whole boot camp kind
Or
of thing.
caught.
Eh?
Or you won't get caught.
Well, yeah, well, it is a thing, like, you know, it's supposed to be so fucking brutal that you really don't want to do it again. But this is a problem with prisons around the world at the moment. There is an attitude in a lot of places that prisons are like a fucking badge of honour and shit like that, because they've seen too many bloody TV shows like Oz and shit. And when you do realistically look at it, a lot of criminals come out thinking that like it was like a freaking holiday and they did nothing but learn more criminal shit. So it's obviously not an incentive to a lot of people that like jail is really not the big bad that, you know, it's supposed to be made out to be. So why don't you just make it really, really bad?
Well, I get that, but I mean, we have in the United States cruel and unusual punishment, and there is a line, and that line can be crossed. And have you heard about the prison experiment, right? Where they took a professor and the college students. Yeah, okay, so you guys know. So you know what I'm talking about. That line gets blurred real quick, people.
Mm-hmm.
And what do you think about that experiment, Doku? Because I know you know what it is, man. And I've talked to Jensen about it. I talked to Cabby about it back in the day. We've went rounds on this exact experiment. But you give anybody, a music teacher, complete control over a situation, and it all goes to their fucking head to get a Napoleon complex, man.
Well, I mean, yeah, it's gonna happen. When you put anyone in a position of power like that, it's gonna go to their head. That's human nature. It will. But as far as the Stanford experiment is concerned, I don't know. I'm kind of on the fence about it. Like I can see merits and flaws, but I'm not 100% against it, to be honest.
I've no idea why, but for some reason, every time I look into this specific fucking experiment, it infuriates me to be actively violent. Like, by the end of it, I just want to go around fucking punching cunts.
Is it the fact that you take... Because all these people were students, all of them, and they drew lots, and half of them became prisoners, half of them became guards, and the guards became sadistic to people that knew really didn't commit any crimes. Like, this was an experiment. Yeah, it's insane though how they lost control completely, and it took what 4 days?
Uh, 3 to 4 days, depending. In a couple of cases, they never reverted back.
They became megalomaniacs, pretty much, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that the thing that triggers me the most about it is more the factor of like, well, I'd already been overseas by the time I learnt this. I'd already been overseas to prevent things like that from fucking happening, and like that was like just sitting there watching it's fucking difficult, and especially when you look at like the people involved and how like this is something that's mainly just me personally, but like being as big and fucking heavy and dangerous as I am, when you look at scrawny little fucking hippie cunts from back in the 70s that like their arms are like toothpicks and they're standing there holding the baton looking like they're fucking King Dingaling with their bloody aviator sunshades on, and it's like, really, cunt? I can fucking vaporize you by looking at you harshly. That you fucking carrying on like this is just fucking insulting. And I think that's what really just pisses me off is that like scrawny little cunts like that can get away with shit like that. And then, you know, fucking had I been there, I would have started fucking punching cunts way, way before that thing even started.
Well, I should probably clarify when I say I'm not 100% against the experiment is simply because what happened is bullshit. But what happens in any type of situation where you give somebody an unreasonable amount of power or you take away an unreasonable amount of autonomy or like personal freedom. It's kind of, I could make a analogy to, you know, the Bill of Rights here in the United States and why we have laws against tyranny, because it is an exemplification of what happens to human nature when you take away those basic equalizers and you allow some scrawny little shitface to actually have more power over somebody that they arguably shouldn't have, especially when that person hasn't done anything wrong. So,
yes, exactly.
Well, yeah, no, and there is something to John Adams when he said, you know, if all men were angels, we wouldn't need a government, but they're not. So we do need a layer of control. But we don't need what we have right now. You know, don't get me wrong. I'm still a fucking libertarian, but we do, you know, government is a necessary evil, but you need to remember that it is evil.
and that's why that's real quick, Farty. That's why I say I'm a constitutionalist as opposed to a libertarian, because I recognize the need for some level of government. It's also why I will agree with when the anarcho-capitalists say that taxation is theft. Yeah, they have a point, but you have to fund the government in one way, shape, or form. Most people aren't going to do it as charity work. And the ones that do, they're doing it because they want the power and not the money. They're the ones you need to be fucking more afraid of because they're the fucking tyrants and megalomaniacs. Like, there does need to be some type of structure.
Yeah, Doka did say something that, yeah, that's another thing I agree with, is that it's the fundamental premise that, like, these people who have zero rights to power just make up a rule, and then even the powers that be that would normally say, no, what's this stupidity? No, you need to stop that right now. They just let it go. And it's the fundamental failure of everybody around that just lets these little... And if you did turn around and thump these cunts for what they did, you would, in fact, be the arsehole in the matter. It's like looking at it and going, where is everybody? And no one fucking shows up.
And that's the reason I say, like, when people start talking about, like, power structures and things like that, especially in regards to, like, government, and, like, let's be honest, prison systems are essentially their own localized form of government, and who has the power and who doesn't. But those who are complacent and just look away and don't do anything when they know what is fundamentally wrong, they're actually worse than the fucking tyrants and the people doing the shitty crap, is because they're the ones that enable and empower these people to actually do fucked up shitty shit.
Well, okay, Ain't Jack in chat says, income and property tax are theft. Okay. Yeah. So is sales tax, by the way. How dare the government tax me on my, product that I'm buying from you, who is selling it legally and providing a service. The government has no input on said negotiation. Therefore, they have no right to tax said negotiation. But that being said, let's look at property tax. Okay, the United States of America. It was inhabited before Europeans came over. Believe it or not, people, there was inhabitants here, and they happened to think that you couldn't own the land. You couldn't own the dirt. The dirt was the planet. It was everybody's. You couldn't own it. That's why when the Europeans came over and we started, quote unquote, buying the land, really they thought we were giving them shit so we can hang out on the land too. That's not what it was. But that being said, if the land is able to be owned and there's a government over that is overarching over said land, and the government does own the land, therefore the property tax would be legitimate. Now, if your argument is the government doesn't own the land and you do, where do you get your ownership rights from? Your humanity? Okay, we could have that argument. But it's not from the government, or else you'd be okay with the tax, right?
Well, I'm going to be a bit of a nerd here for a second.
Yeah, I just shut you down. I shut Doku down. I fucking succeeded for once.
No, I'm talking. Can you guys hear me or I'm breaking up?
What?
You're breaking up a little bit, but I can hear you now. Go ahead.
Okay, no. If I start breaking up, feel free to cut me off and let me know. But no, I'm going to be a bit of a nerd here real quick. My preferred solution to this would be a flat tax, and it wouldn't be derived from what your net worth is or what your income is or how many dividends you got or, any of that bullshit. It should just be a tax. Like, every year, you pay this amount of money. That's it. It's just a tax. It's not sales tax. It's not income tax. It's not property tax. It's a tax. It goes to fund the government. The government has to operate within the constraints of that money. And if they have to go outside of that, that's why fucking treasury bonds exist. The government could sell a fucking treasury bond. War bonds were a thing, in case people have forgotten. That's how the government made the majority of its money during the majority of the wars that the United States government has ever fucking fought in its short lifespan. They didn't do it by just raising fucking taxes on every goddamn person in this fucking, newfound thing of the evil 1%. Like, let's tax the rich at 70% of their income and let's tax everything they own. They're the fucking ones who create jobs and opportunity and shit. They're the ones that actually give back to the economy. What does the government give back to the economy? Not shit. The only thing they do is a fucking public service. So instead, if you can afford to pay it, that's the only reason that the government should even be looking at what your income and your net asset value is, just to see if you can afford to pay this tax.
War bonds, aka the original GoFundMe.
Well, no, and I would argue that even today, if we budgeted correctly, the government could be operated on import taxes, export taxes, and bonds, and treasury bonds. And I think it could be ran like that if we revamped the entire tax code, completely shut it down, went back to the original system, and a gold standard. I think we're set at that point.
What does every politician fucking plan to do when you hear them campaigning? Like, if we're going to put it outside of political speak and say what they really fucking plan to do, every single time that a fucking politician is running for fucking government, they plan to start a new fucking government program, which is going to require more taxes because the government's going to fucking do something to give back to fucking society. No, let the private fucking sector do it. Your only job is to govern. That's it. You're not there to expand power. You're not there to take care of people.
Okay, I wanna comment on this right here. Aunt Jack, pay no tax, no vote for you. Okay, so the United States government had a system back in the day. Yes, there was a racial connotation here. You had to be a male white landowner. Okay, let's take away the male, let's take away the white, but let's go back to the landowner. You have to own land. I own my house. That means I could vote. We just filed taxes, Aunt Jack. If you want to throw the tax shit at me, I did that yesterday, my friend. So fuck you and your tax train. All right, already handled it. But I say go back to landowner. If you own land, or your spouse owns land, then you vote. Other than that, fuck you.
No, because then you run into the problem of
And I would actually
monopoly.
change the
So you're just
Second.
fucking fighting each other just to talk over me, are you?
well, I would actually change the nomenclature of. Oh no, we couldn't. I didn't know you were talking, Farty. You go ahead.
Yeah,
Oh no. It's just that like you're fucking never mind. But like at the end, it's sort of like you seemed like you both wanted to talk, and then you realised I wasn't talking. Then you both shut up. It's like, oh, he's not talking. Fuck, it's not going to work. But it doesn't matter. I forgot what I was going to say in the first place.
Well, okay, it wasn't written into the Constitution. I own the Constitution, but it was. Aunt Jack, sorry, it's the way it is. You had to be a white landowner, and you were male. Women did not have the right to vote until women's suffrage, and you want to argue with me about that? Come on, man. Like 1919, bro. Like, come on.
That's right. War bonds.
I would actually.
Fuck
Oh,
you.
war
To
bonds.
be
Go ahead, Farty.
No, go ahead, Farty.
Ah, fuck it. I forgot.
war bonds.
Just
The
talk.
original. It's the original GoFundMe, Farty. Go fund my war. Buy a bond.
I know what the subject was. I just don't remember the whole fucking conversation. So let's just move on.
Okay.
Well,
I know
I
that
wanna
shit bugs
change-
you, Farty, but go ahead, Doku. You want to change? Go change your drawers, dude.
No, no. I was gonna change the nomenclature. Instead of being a landowner, I would say as long as you're a property owner, then you have the right to vote. Even if you're living out of your fucking car, you're a property owner.
F that.
Well, that's fair. I'm just saying. Okay, they want to lower the age to vote to 16. I am totally against that.
Hell the fuck
what-
no. Raise it to
Oh my-
21. If you
Oh
can't
my
drink
God.
a beer, then you shouldn't be allowed to vote.
If you can't smoke a Juul, like if you're too stupid and get caught smoking a flash drive, as the meme goes, you're too stupid to vote. I'm sorry.
I wouldn't say you're too stupid at fucking 18. I would say no. If you want to vote, the only way I would say if it were up to me, and I'm going to catch flack for this, I know it. The only way that you should be able to vote if you're 18 fucking years old is if you're actually in the fucking military. If not, wait until you're fucking old enough to legally drink a beer, because there's no way in hell I'm going to trust you with voting for someone who's going to be in office for 2 years, maybe 4, depending on what you're voting for, but you're still not fucking responsible enough to drink a beer. Where the fuck is the logic there? Either lower the drinking age back to 18, or raise the voting age to 21.
Actually, I was going to say, raise that, lower the drinking age to 18. But one little idea I had for the voting thing, but the problem is it would be quite easy to manipulate, is perhaps give them some sort of like not make them do an IQ test, but more of a political literacy test, so they actually know something about politics before they vote, because someone on the TV said, Nigel Farage equals bad.
Oh, kind of like how the U.S. used to have a citizens test, even for its citizens.
I guess I'm not really sure how that citizens test worked, but more of a, just so they can prove they actually know something about politics.
God, that reminds me. Yorkie reminded me of something great that is relevant to this conversation. I forgot who posted it, but there was a video where someone was walking around. I think it was actually University of Maryland, and they were asking students about impeachment. Like, have you been following it? And almost everyone was like, oh, a little bit, or just what I see in the news, or what I overhear. And then they're like, well, should Donald Trump be impeached? Well, yeah, because, he did something bad. He broke the law. He's a bad president. But should he be impeached? Why should he be impeached? They don't fucking know. They don't know, but these people are old enough to fucking vote. They're not even politically engaged.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing, and Kem, you can go here in a sec, but that's the thing, man. Like, my wife had never voted until me and her got together. And I am so politically active that, she's like, okay, I'll register to vote. And she votes now. And she registered libertarian. Yay! I made at least one more libertarian in Oregon. The party grew by one. But no, a lot of these guys, they don't care, dude. Who's playing in the Super Bowl? They could tell you that. You know what I mean? They can't tell you who's running for president, though. And go ahead, Kim.
To be honest, I can't tell you who's running for president either because the Democratic Party is just eating itself alive and changing candidates so frequently that I can't keep up.
I think is Bernie Sanders and Joe Biden still running? Or
Yeah,
are
they're
they-
still in it.
And Elizabeth Warren.
Let's see, it's Biden, Warren, Buttigieg is still in it, I believe.
Dude,
Sanders.
nobody knows how to pronounce his name, let alone will vote for him.
That's the joke. Like, Buttigieg should just fucking drop out and save himself the money. Then obviously we have fucking Bloomberg.
Come on, though. Come on. I almost want to vote for him just because Buddha.
So this is the beauty.
Buttigieg.
Starts with the butt.
This is the beauty of a monarchy, though, because at least Yorkie knows who's running the country at the moment. That's going to not change.
Yeah, is it safe to drive in Paris today, Yorkie? I'm asking for a friend. No, it's not Megan. No.
And, no, it wouldn't be safe because all black is there.
Speaking of Paris, are the Yellow Vests still up in arms against Macron? Because last I checked a few weeks ago, the firefighters and the lawyers and a bunch of other people just flat out went on strike, and they're like, nah, fuck you.
I think it's a little escalated a bit with the firefighters because there is actual footage of the firefighters fighting the riot police.
Oh, shit.
I'll see if I can find the...
Oh, that'd be an interesting matchup. Firefighters in structure gear against riot police. Oh, that's a gladiator fucking matchup for that.
Oh, dude, I can see the firefighters with the fire hose, right? They're like, "Poosh!" Like, it's the 60s, fucking South Carolina all over again.
Yeah, come here with your pissy nightstick, son. Fucking.
No, the firefighters literally lit themselves on fire and ran at the riot police.
Well,
Holy
yeah, you
shit.
can do that. You got about 3 minutes of being on fire with your structure gear before you actually start to get hurt.
Yeah,
I'm
but
not
if
gonna
you're
lie.
running
A bunch of French people. I can see them. They're pouring that flammable gel on themselves. They're like, all right, light me up a cig. Boosh! Okay, bear hug a cop.
Dude, I don't even know what to think of France at this point in time. Like, part of me is proud, part of me is ashamed. Part
Yeah,
of
that's
me
when-
is just wondering
that's
if my
when-
grandmother's rolled her grave.
Well, no, Kim. Just, you live, where, Florida man resides. So you either claim the French or claim the Florida. So you're kind of screwed either way, girl.
I
I've
call DC. Fuck that.
tried posting a link in the StreamYard chat and the YouTube chat, but you'll basically have to copy paste it. But yeah, there's some footage of firefighters and cops fighting each other.
Oh, my money's on the firefighters.
So, hey, why not? Coming up in April, I will be flying down to Shreveport, so I'll be back east for about a week. I'm hoping to hit up a bar or two in Shreveport, so maybe we could do a get together thing down there, or maybe I'll do a stream or something. But yeah, I'm gonna be traveling, so might as well make that public here. So why not? We'll figure something out. Maybe I'll black bag Doku somehow. We'll see. You think those drones could pick a person up and carry him? I don't know. I'll talk to MC. I'll figure it out.
Well, there's a naval drone helicopter that they use for ship-to-ship transfers of equipment and stuff like that. Yeah, you could sling him under one.
Oh, dude, I'll ride that shit like a fucking chariot. You don't need to black bag me.
Just
that'd be
teabag
great.
him.
Just teabag him. Yeah, Halo style, right when he shows up.
Thumbstick.
Give him some Arabian goggles.
But no shit, though.
No, those
really.
require a camel.
So I thought the distance between Virginia and Louisiana really wasn't that bad, but I guess it's fucking days travel. Is it really like just a few hours from Florida? Because looking at the map, it looks like it's further than a few hours.
We got to go back.
It's
We
like-
got to go back to
it's
what
like 11
you said
hours.
just for a second. We got to go back to what you just said for a second there, and it's like the thumbstick. So normal people just go fap. So nerds go thumbstick. Yeah.
Don't tell 4chan.
I can just see that now as like a South Park gag. It's like, and all the nerds are really happy. Thumbstick. Go flip your thumbstick.
Actually, you know what? Do tell 4chan, because I know they were behind the whole milk is racist and it's okay to be white thing. I'd love to see what they would do in regards to, like, clicking the thumbstick is somehow rape culture. Make it happen. Someone go tell 4chan right now.
Oh shit. Aunt Jack says French Revolution 2.0 Boogaloo. I added the Boogaloo. But I added that shit. But no. Am I pulling out the old guillotine? Like, I got it in storage.
Dude, the Yellow Vest already fucking did that like months ago. They had a fucking mock guillotine that they were marching towards French Parliament.
Yeah, they could actually probably pull the actual real one out. You got to remember too, the last public execution they had in France, you could take the modern day train to go to. This was like in 1970 something or other.
Yeah, dude, for as much we give the French some shit, but in all seriousness, if you're in a position of political power or public office, the last thing you want to do is piss off the French people, because they kind of have a long-standing history of they get pissed off and heads tend to roll.
I see what you did there.
Simpsons did it.
But one of the worst places to be is a French prison, apparently.
Yeah. No,
Supposedly their prison system is like way more fucked than ours.
I don't know.
Actually-
I was watching, like, lately I've been getting into these. My wife keeps asking me, why are you watching shit about prison? I'm like, I don't know. It's interesting. I don't want to
Preparing
go.
for the future.
No, I'm not preparing, goddammit. No.
French prisons are only frightening to French people because they'd be locked up in a room with a whole bunch of fucking foreigners and no one to back them up.
Well,
Actually,
no,
that's-
I was watching this
that was
one
awesome.
about this guy in Turkey. Dude, you do not want to get locked up in Turkey, okay? Don't fucking do it. They ain't
No, dude,
fucking around
Turkish-
over there.
Turkish prisons are fucking notorious around the world. There's only one thing more terrifying than being in a Turkish prison, and that's being locked in a room with a Turkish interrogator.
I'd actually say the gulags are a lot worse for the simple reason that, like, back in the 70s and 80s, there was this like fucking 10-year-long prison riot between two different fucking groups of people, and this wasn't like gang related. This was just basically, if you were one type of person, you were like the downtrodden. If you were an alpha person, you're basically beating up the other ones, and it got to a point where the downtrodden cunts, they fucking uprose, and the prison guards let this happen. There's like hundreds of thousands of people in the prison system were murdered systematically, like massive riots and all this, and the Russian guards just went, you know what? It's going to save us fucking looking after all of them.
Yeah, no, and Jez says, no soap in French prisons, no soap in France. Anyway,
You
Midnight
stole my
Express.
words, man.
Yeah, Midnight Express. No, that's what it was that I watched, actually. It was about that dude, and it had interviews with that dude. And actually, I saw another episode after that about this Australian guy who got locked up in Thailand, and he ended up with AIDS and shit, and he lives in, fucking...
Thailand.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he ended up getting AIDS in Thailand from using needles and shit. What he was doing was, he was at first he was getting Thailand whores visas, right? Saying, hey, I married her, and taking her somewhere, and then coming back getting $1,000. Well, that turned into the triad wanting to bring him into the fucking fold, and they had a narc in the fucking group, and he got narked out. He ended up getting like 25 years or some shit. He got out because he got AIDS. And like, oh dude, where did he live? What was it? It wasn't Sydney, man. I think it was
I think he might have been from Brisbane from memory, but I
Yeah,
got
I think
zero
so, yeah.
sympathy.
Now
I got zero sympathy for these people because, like, it is like a thing. You went there to break the law. You fucked up. You know, it's all your own fault.
Yeah, now I've got the Team America theme stuck in my head. Everyone has AIDS.
No, because I brought that up because I know Farty has heard that story, because I guess the dude wrote a book and he was all over the news and shit. He had to actually get a special pardon to get out, and it was only because he had AIDS and his mom wouldn't give up on him. You know what I mean?
There was actually a big thing about that with his book and all that kind of shit, because when he came back, it was basically, oh, I'm going to release a book about my fuck up, and it's like, oh, you want to make money from your criminal act? Oh, you can get fucked, son. We actually brought in the laws, is that like criminals now can't write books and shit to make money and stuff off what they've done wrong.
Tell that to the McCanns.
Well, Jez is saying William Hayes. Does that ring a bell? Is that who we're talking about? I don't remember the guy's name. I really don't. I'm blanking on it.
To tell you the truth, fucking idiot Australians getting fucking busted in other countries happens so often it's not bloody funny. Like the Bali Nine wasn't the only lot, and Chappelle Corby wasn't the only fucking, like, you know, these cunts definitely go overseas to do stupid shit, and it's their own silly fault for getting caught. They shouldn't have done it in the first place. Fucking.
Well, no, what sucks, though, is this guy was innocent, man. He went over there to teach English. Dude, he was a teacher, man. And they just, he got laid off from work, and it was either make some money quick or go back to Australia. And he was having too much fun in the red light district of Thailand. Let's say that.
Well,
all right.
Well, okay, so he could have made some money by going off and doing something legitimate. The point where everyone lost all fucking sympathy for the cunt is when he said, oh, I could go back to Australia and be a good person, or I could stay here and get involved in organised crime. Now, what's the decision I'm going to make that's going to get everybody on my side? I know, I'll join the triads. No, dickhead. You had the option, you took the wrong one, no sympathy, dickhead.
Well, that's fair, man. I mean, it's not like a story of the dude Johnny Depp plays in Blow, right? Fucking
Carl Young.
where where he was selling weed and then he got mixed up in coke and everybody was doing coke, and so coke was the thing, and I could see how that could spiral out of control. But an English teacher paying for whores and then working for the triad, you fucked up, dude.
Well, take the Chappelle Corby. This is a classic fucking example of like what happens, right? All of a sudden, Chappelle Corby gets busted in fucking Denpasar Airport in Bali with a boogie board bag, chock-a-block full of fucking weed. Now, she reckons that she was set up and it was actually a Qantas fucking baggage handler that fucking swapped her bag out for another one, or swapped the contents out for another one. And that was the story that she was trying to push the whole time. She didn't do it. She had no idea where it came from, and da-da-da-da-da. Well, it turns out that this beautician from Brisbane has family over in Bali and has been there constantly several dozen times, and actually between her and her father and her sister Mercedes, they've actually got this little ring where they bring high quality weed into fucking Indonesia, which is really weird because you get higher quality weed that's naturally growing there. So why bring it in the first place? And then it turns out that Mercedes was supposed to meet Chappelle at the airport with a bribe for the customs officer, but but Mercedes was late. The bribe wasn't there, so Chappelle got arrested. So this is the typical story that we all find out later on, is that, well, no, it wasn't the Qantas flight, the baggage handler. No, you've done this, you've done it before, and you absolutely did this on purpose because the money was too good. So fuck you, bitch. You can sit there for 20 years.
Yeah, no, and this is a really cool show. It reminds me of that show I Almost Got Away With It, where these guys like break out of prison and they're gone years, right? And like they think they got away with it, and then they get caught because, well, they slipped up. They thought they got away with it. You know what I mean? But this was about people's prison experiences. Like this one chick, she is living in Japan, right? And she goes, she meets up with this guy, and he convinces her to go to Nepal and swallow a bunch of hash and smuggle it back to into Japan and sell it. Well, the swallowing the hash was too hard, so they end up stashing it on her, and it works for years. Like she's making a bunch of fucking money, right? And then he skins out on her and ditches her. So she's like, fuck it, I'll do one more trip myself and then go back to the United States and I'll be fine. And then she gets busted, right? Because she did it by herself. She fucked up. But yeah, these guys are just greedy, right? They get a taste of the money and they can't let it go. They're just greedy.
Yeah, we'll take the Bali 9 for example, right? There's the two ringleaders which they've shot, but the rest of them, like the two ringleaders were both Indonesians. The rest of them are all fucking white Australians, and all of them basically went with the whole line of, we were forced into this under pain of threat of our family and all this kind of shit. And it's like, no, if fucking some cunt does that to you here, says you've got to go to a different country and get drugs for us, that's the point where you can fucking literally kill them in the street. They've threatened your family, they've threatened you, they've threatened this, that, and the other thing. Is flat out fucking blackmail. Yeah, you can fucking kill them right then and there.
Well, not even that. If you're being blackmailed, why not walk into that airport, throw it down, and be like, yo, Triad's blackmailing me.
Well,
I surrender. This is their shit. I want to go back home to the United States. I would like the embassy called immediately, please. And then you're not trafficking, right? You turned it in.
Well, see, this is the thing. They had that opportunity to do that before they even left Australia. They had the opportunity to go and contact the cops, the federal cops and everything like that. But the federal cops had already known about this, and this is where, like, with the Bali 9 in particular, it's a bit of that was a bit of a dog act. It was the federal cops had waited until they'd left the country, they'd gone to their destination, they'd picked up the stuff, and they were coming back through Denpasar Airport as on a changeover. The federal cops rang Denpasar Airport and said, yeah, these guys, go grab them. We could have waited until they came back here and done them under our laws, but we dropped them in it.
Holy shit. Aunt Jack, a joint in South Korea will get you 20 plus, and you will be on gruel and get one pillow and a itchy ass wool blanket until your family pays for better food. So what? You get rice without maggots? That's nice. And bedding for you to sleep on the floor with. You don't even get a cot, yo. Fuck that noise.
Well, I have to say I fully support North Korea in this. If fucking more prisons are like this, there'll be less people in them.
That's funny how North Korean prisons are all full.
Yeah, but we wouldn't be locking up, dissidents and stuff. We'd be locking, if real criminals got real fucking, consequences for the actions, it would be a better thing. I'm just saying the Chinese might be a better way to go. Just saying.
Sorry, did I say North Korean prison? I meant to say North Korean abattoir. Sorry.
Well, don't all talk at once.
Well, Maud's the host and he's letting things down again,
No, the kid is coming inside and crying, so pick up the slack there, nerd.
This isn't my fucking stream, matey boy. I'm not getting paid.
Oh, no, you know what? I'll get you to pick up the slack. So I saw episode 2 of Picard.
I didn't and have no intentions to.
See, and that's my problem. Okay. You haven't seen the show, but you automatically hate it. Can you explain that to me? How can you hate something you never seen? It's like me hating a woman I never met.
I saw enough of it to know what it's about.
Yeah, that's the thing, you see. Like, we already know what's coming enough to go, nah, we're not going to like this. And unfortunately, I think we've been proven right.
I actually disagree. I think the first 2 episodes are pretty good. I think the reviewers on YouTube are saying they're pretty good. And even the fandom menace is coming around. So I would say they're pretty good. I say you're wrong.
Oh, fuck off, Mod. You're a fucking imbecile if you think it's good. If you think that is fucking good, go and, give yourself up to the cougar out back because you don't deserve to live anymore. It's that fucking simple.
Did you watch it? Did you watch it? I'm being calm, cool, and collected here. I bet you did not watch it.
Well, let's see. The Federation is now evil, right? Something
The Federation was always evil. Look at their actions. Their idea of the Prime Directive is completely evil and backwards. Let an entire civilization die because we don't want to contaminate them. That's like fucking letting an anthill take over your house because you don't want to fuck with the ant queen. That's ridiculous and retarded.
No, that's because someone bastardized Gene Roddenberry's work.
Only you can't like the show, man. There's nothing to like about it. The Federation is evil, which goes against the complete legacy of Gene Roddenberry.
That is completely false. That is completely false. I can point to you at 10,000 admirals in all of Star Trek that Gene Roddenberry wrote and fucking directed that were evil. It's always the fucking Starfleet that are evil. Look at Nemesis, Starfleet. Look at fucking Enterprise, Starfleet. Look at Voyager, Starfleet.
There's a difference between the individual and the organization.
Mm-hmm.
When the individual is the leader of the organization, when the individual is in the higher echelon of the organization, then the individual reflects upon the organization. If the President of the United States murdered you tomorrow, the President killed you. The United States killed you.
I wonder what's got up his ass tonight.
Nothing. I'm tired of the naysayers that just throw down on something that they never even watched. So I want to actually challenge you here.
Some of it. I just haven't watched full episodes, but I watched enough.
Okay, right. See it from a different point of view there, Dodge, right? You're the massive Star Trek fan and you wanted to go this way. Okay, so what about other people? Like, because I don't know about a lot of other people, but I was brought up that Star Trek wasn't the comedy, funny, bloody show. It was the austere sort of standard to be looked up to kind of thing. And with standards and things like that, you don't go and do petty shit like put poofters and lesbians in it just because they want to have people kissing and shit. Like, that's where things have gone wrong. And this is where, like, okay, we really, really want a gay character. Well, I don't particularly want that Star Trek because I like the old one. You're taking it in a place that I don't like it anymore. So go away.
I'm not a Trek fan. I'm not a Trek fan, and I haven't watched Picard, so I'm not going to comment on the quality of the show or like what its message is. What I am going to say, and this applies to fucking anything. I don't care if it's Star Trek, Star Wars, Doctor Who. I don't care if it's fucking, I don't know, a Disney movie. I don't give a shit. The second that you start pandering just because more representation and shit like that, there's a way you do social commentary and you do it in a way that actually makes sense and it helps support the narrative, whatever it might be, that is still tasteful and done in a way that makes sense for the story, as opposed to just, hey, did we remind you that this couple is gay or lesbian or androgynous or non-binary? Let's remind you again. 10 minutes later, did we remind you that this couple is gay or lesbian or androgynous or non-binary? Yes, we get it. We don't care. What relevance does it have to the fucking story? Shut up and start telling the fucking story.
Yeah, and when
Yeah, but the thing
when
is,
Picard when Kirk fucking kissed Uhura, right? That wasn't like, it was an event because it was the first time and all that. But they didn't just fucking keep harping on and on, like Uhura wasn't rooting Kirk for the next fucking however long. But now we've got to have it. Yes, it's got to be in your face, and it's got to be all the fucking. Oh, by the way, remember these two are fucking each other. Who cares? Oh, look, Klingon's off the starboard bow. Oh, by the way, these two are fucking each other.
yeah, but here's the thing, right? They did that. That's one thing that many people do actually get wrong, is that Star Trek has always pushed a progressive narrative. That's why in 1960s, with the original, you had Uhura, a black woman, you had a Russian, you had an Asian, but they didn't focus on any of that. They were just characters. They didn't go, look, Asian, 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 like fucking Stewie from Family Guy, going, mummy, mummy, mummy. They were, and the same thing was in TNG, DS9, Voyager. They pushed the progressive thing, but they didn't, hit you over the head with it. It was nice and subtle, and it was just, Jadzia Dax, right? She was a Trill, but she was in a man and woman's. The Trill symbiote was in a man and woman's body, so she had different lovers. But they never hit you over the head of it. It was a consequential fact about her that didn't matter because she was a science officer and therefore her job was science. They did it well. This one is like, look, woman, 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 color of woman, color of woman, gay, 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 gay. And that's the problem with this modern Star Trek. It's not Star Trek.
Well, Jeremy, sorry, real quick, Farty. Jeremy from Geeks and Gamers made a comment. It was either on a video today or yesterday, I forget which. But in regards to these people that are constantly looking for, this pandering of, we need more representation of everything because everything needs to be represented equally. They're constantly looking for fucking validation. If you like something, you like it. If you don't, you don't. Your opinion is your own. You don't need to constantly seek validation. It's fucking pathetic. And it results in this fucking pandering fucking culture where the narrative and the story and everything that made something intriguing and entertaining completely goes out the fucking window because, well, it doesn't matter how good the story is. It doesn't matter how good the acting or directing is. It doesn't matter how good the CGI is. It doesn't matter what your budget is. It doesn't matter what the franchise is. If there's not a fucking gay person or if there's not enough women or if there's not enough this or that in it, then it's immediately bad. And no, that's how you create garbage because the only thing you're doing is basically creating Twitter the movie. Like, just tell a fucking good story.
Okay, all right. Here's the thing. First off, they're not throwing any of that in your face in Picard. I've watched the first 2 episodes. I think I'm the only one here that has actually watched it. So for you to say, Voice, that I don't know what I'm talking about, that's mighty funny when I'm the only one that watched it. And that's my problem. There's a whole genre on YouTube that their sole fucking job, it seems, is to tear down something they never even watch. They never even see it. What is the fucking point? And how do you comment on something you know nothing about? Shut up,
because
son.
I can listen to other people. I have watched clips. I've watched the trailers. I have read articles from Patrick Stewart himself about what it's about. I have a cumulative information to pull on. And I tell you what, just to prove, just to do it, I will watch both episodes tomorrow and do a review on them and point out all the things wrong with it. Like a 90-year-old guy getting blown up 6 feet from a fucking explosion and walking away without a scratch. It's not
you mean
it's the writing.
Oh, you mean, the same plot from that TNG episode where the old man took the drugs to get younger so he can come back into the fold? Oh, and he was 150 years old? And Patrick Stewart is only portraying a 97-year-old person in this episode? Oh, that totally doesn't fit Star Trek at all, does it?
Anything to do with an explosion mod, seriously.
No, what you're saying, though, is that them portraying old people as living longer and being more mobile and in better health is breaking Star Trek canon. That's
No,
ridiculous.
I mean, do you know
No,
what an
it's not.
explosion is, Mod? Have you ever heard of concussive force? His insides would be jelly. There's no way anybody, even a 20-year-old person, would have survived that blast.
Well, that was actually the argument about some of the movies from the original series, was that, like, how come fucking Kirk's still in charge of a bloody spaceship? He's like fucking 99 years old. And it's like, that was an argument back in the day. Like, how come fucking Picard's still in charge of a bloody starship at 90 years old?
Oh, here's a spoiler. He's not. He's not.
Okay.
Matter of fact, he walks in and he tries to get a commission. He's like, hey, I'll even be busted down the captain. And this, I will agree with Voice, because he's going to yell about this. The Admiral looks at him and says, the fucking hubris. And she actually says the fucking. So that does break Star Trek. That's not something they usually do. Even in the old school movies, I think it's the third one with the whales, right? Where they go back in time. And Spock, or Kirk says, double dumbass on you. And Spock's like, why would you talk like that, Captain? Yeah, an admiral cussing like that is a bit ridiculous. I agree.
Wasn't the worst thing they said was shit?
Yeah, I know, right? So they are breaking their own rules there. I will agree with Voice on that one. Like, I'm not unbending here. I really think a lot of these guys are just recycling the same hate that they got because Star Wars got fucked up, and they're projecting it on Star Trek, and I'm sick of it. Just because your beloved Star Wars got fucked and got sold to the devil that is Mickey Mouse, don't fucking project that on my Star Trek. Fuck you.
Well, it's exactly that point there. It's exactly that point there with the whole, where she said, fuck. Like, you don't see people like that do that. That's just not the done thing.
On real quick, Dodge, a lot of the vitriol that has been directed at Star Trek from the now, I guess, canon fandom menace, since that's what we're going by. A lot of it isn't really about the show. The vast majority is about what the actors have said or what the articles written about it have said. It's not really directed at the show, so to speak. More so how the show is being interpreted or how it's being reported or how actors and actresses and directors and stupid idiots on Twitter are talking. It's not that easy to find like direct actual criticism of the show. It kind of the same way with no one complained about no one was really complaining that much about Brie Larson and Captain Marvel because Captain Marvel was, as a movie, it was mediocre. It was whatever. It was because of how Brie Larson as an actress, how she acted and how she treated the fans and some shit she said in the past. And then the fact that they doubled down on, well, you're just evil, toxic fandom. And then the second that the movie doesn't do well, because people were like, okay, well, fuck you, then I'm not going to support your project. Then all of a sudden you're even worse. You're even worse now. It's like, I watched Captain Marvel. Was it great? No. Was it bad? And not really. It was a cookie cutter fucking Marvel movie the same way that fucking almost all Marvel movies past fucking Avengers were. It was nothing special. It was mediocre. It's just you have a rabid fandom on one end of the spectrum where it's like, you have to like this because Brie Larson and the first Woman and all that. Like, no. Elektra was the first Marvel female-led movie, so fuck you. The same way that, everybody looks at Black Panther and it's like, oh, the first black. It's like, yeah, did you forget about fucking Rhodey? Did you forget about fucking Blade? Did you forget about fucking Steel? No, none of that matters because it's the fucking rabid, diversity fucking outrage fandom culture on the one end, and then you amplify that with the fucking access bullshit media, and yeah, it pisses people off. It's not the movie itself or the product itself. It's the people attached to the product that piss these people off, and that's what's getting the criticism.
Well, another thing that really pissed them off was that, like, they told us that we had to watch the Captain Marvel thing, and it turns out, no, we didn't.
No, you're not switching to Captain Marvel. And Voice, go ahead.
No, I will agree on one thing. Now, yes, I have a lot of hate for this show, and yes, Matt is correct. I haven't watched each episode all the way through. But I have watched all the people who dislike it. I've watched anti-track or continuum track who have defended it. I've listened to several hours of discussions about it. So yes, in that way, he can correctly point out that I haven't watched it. I will give him that much. I am flexible as well. So yeah, well, I'll agree with that. But it's the amount of things I have read and heard about it that are the problem. I mean, they're apparently calling this in the Prime timeline. Unfortunately, Romulus was destroyed in the Kelvin timeline. And
No, it
remember, in the
wasn't.
Kelvin-
No. See,
It
that's
was.
where everybody gets confused. No, that's what created the Kelvin timeline. Okay, so after Nemesis, the star gets
Yes, exactly.
goes supernova.
It created the Kelvin timeline. But it
Yeah,
doesn't.
but what created the Kelvin timeline was Spock going into the past, which created a splinter timeline. So Spock disappeared in the Prime timeline. That's what
Yes,
happened.
you have to
Nobody
remember then
knows.
that none of the
He's
shows
gone.
that we watched would exist.
Yeah, but the supernova still happens, and Spock disappears. He's probably thought that he died in the supernova.
But if
Like,
Romulus
they
is
know
destroyed, and I'm
nothing
getting to
about
my
the
point
Kelvin
here,
timeline.
I'm getting to my point here. If Romulus is destroyed, then Vulcan is destroyed too, but it's not destroyed in this Picard series. That's a bit of a strange, don't you think?
I'm not saying it's perfect, but it does work. You know what I mean?
There's too many holes, man.
And I wasn't attacking you, Voice. I know we haven't talked that much lately because I haven't been streaming a lot. I got the time limit on here, and I've been playing that war game, dude. And Vampire the Masquerade, so it is what it is. So I wasn't attacking you, but I do feel like a lot of these guys, they're doing it for the clicks. Hate gets clicks. And yeah, good. Make your money. Good for you. I'm happy for you. But no, I'm watching the same show they are, supposedly. And no, so far it is working. Do I agree with Picard completely? The Romulans, they were lives. Yeah, whatever. You're being a soy boy there, Patrick. But it is what it is. It still fits for Picard. It works. And in the last episode, spoiler alert, he has that syndrome. It's killing him. He, at the death clock, click it on, okay? So that's the narrative here. He's kind of losing his shit, too. It makes sense, man.
It doesn't make sense. And the faster he fucking dies, the better. And if the leaks are true, he's going to be dead by the end of the first season anyway. So yeah.
I would say the leaks aren't true because Patrick Stewart himself said he signed on for 3 seasons.
Yeah, they also said that they'd already needed for season 2, and just like STD, they can't even get anybody to make toys for them. So that shows you how. And they put the first episode up on YouTube, and it bombed. They put it on another streaming service. I can't remember the name of it, and it bombed.
Are you kidding? No, you're joking, right? Because yesterday I paid for CBS so I could start reviewing Picard and I can keep it.
Yeah,
You're
they
kidding
actually
me,
did
right?
put the first episode up on YouTube. It's only in America for some reason.
Oh my god, and I just paid for CBS All Access. Son of a bitch. Those cunts. Okay, I'm gonna mute myself for a minute.
I will review it, but I'm not paying to see it. I know several places I can go and watch it for free.
Yeah,
No, hey, I'll watch it with you. I just paid for it. We'll watch it on Rabbit, bro. Like I said, I wasn't attacking you, Voice. It's not really you.
I know, but Mod, this is a good thing because what the fuck would it be if we agreed on everything? It's more interesting and it's better for everybody if we disagree on some things because it makes both of us learn. It's good to disagree about things.
Yep, absolutely right.
I can't believe I just paid for that shit, though. Son of a bitch. Like, I don't like NCIS that much. God damn it.
That's something you'll find a lot out here, right? It's just this fucking tradition that all blokes have. Is like, it doesn't matter what you've done or what you've bought or what you've had done to repair on your house or your car or whatever. Oh, yeah, how much that cost you? Oh, nah, bloke had done it cheaper. Where the fuck were you 2 hours ago when it was getting done, dickhead?
I know, right? Like, son of a bitch, really? God damn it.
I just paid for
You know,
HBO. Could have got it for free, no.
Like I said, I don't like NCIS that much, CBS, whatever. I would still fuck the shit out of that bitch, fucking
Actually,
Abby,
Mom,
but hey,
if you
don't tell
have,
my wife. No.
If you have the CBS thing, I would ask you to watch a show called SEAL Team. It's a really good show. David Boreanaz is in it, and it's about a SEAL team unit. Watch it; it's fucking good.
Okay, cool. Because obviously I'm gonna have to find something else to watch. Because yeah, in the chat a little bit earlier, Aunt Jack said, "Oh, it sounds like Mad's just forgetting that STD exists." Yeah, I am. So I ain't watching that garbage.
It took a while for me to realise what he meant by that. I thought he meant a different type of STD.
Oh no, discovery is chlamydia. Okay, they go hand in hand. They're right next to each other in the dictionary.
So they're like koalas in that they're also smooth brained.
No, you see, that joke was more clever than you think because, you know, discovery and chlamydia, A, B, C, D. You know, come on, that was actually a pretty highbrow joke there, Yorkie.
I think it's a bad joke.
You mean not star tardigrades?
Oh, don't get me started on tardigrades. Oh my fucking god. You gotta be kidding me. They ripped off that whole video game, dude. And it's a shitty video game. It's not even a good one.
I know, they did. And they ripped it off not only in the fact that tardigrades are the way that they travel in whatever the fuck it is they call it. They even ripped off the fucking crappy character designs and the fucking crew of the ship. They ripped.
I know.
They took
Matt
tardigrades.
went out that memes is stream bombing you. He has decided to try and take your viewership. Just letting you know.
Oh, well, memes quit as my campaign manager, so I had to hire Doku. Doku, memes was taking nothing as payment. You're good with the same, right?
I require at least 13 crowns.
Sounded like you said he was taking methane as payment for a second there, and it actually instantly almost sounded like you said he was going to take meth as payment.
Well, that's how he buried XXXXX Mrs. Memes. How many X's was that? There might be 2 more on there. But, I mean, hey, you know, he's got no skeletons in his closet. They're all in the flower bed.
Semantics.
Yeah, well, to be fair, you don't really have to go into that many because I'm pretty sure it's all of his exes.
Yeah, he killed one live on air. I mean, no, he totally didn't.
No, it was just the burial was live. He pre-recorded the murder. Had to make sure it went authentic.
Yeah, we are horrible people, but it's fun being horrible. All right. Here's the thing, Straight Sith Mail. Dude, don't you live out there in that desert place? You know, where you got snakes and sand and sun and shit? Would you want to be in a chain gang out there in 140 degrees? Does that sound fun? Yeah, put yes for yes, and put no for fuck off Joe. I'm waiting your response. Doku. Hey, Virginia, man. Virginia. Yeah. How's that governor doing? Is he, did he get Lincolned yet?
About asking if he got lynched.
No, he's, surprisingly, there's still, quite a few people that still support him. Why? I have no fucking idea. I was talking to one of them at the bar last night, and literally, I shit you not. Well, he's trying to fight against Donald Trump, and he's protecting the children and protecting our schools. It's like, okay, let me ask you a question then. With all these proposed gun control laws, how is that going to stop a shooting in any public place? Well, guns are less frequent. They can only buy one handgun a month, and red flag laws and stuff. Okay, so
It's not like fucking beer, mate. They don't just go off and out of date. You can use them again. It's called reloading, dickhead.
I thank
Yeah,
you.
no,
That's awesome.
No, but I love those kinds
It's
of
like
laws that, like, yeah, we restrict them from having more guns than what they have. They've already got guns. Okay, your second gun, you still need to wait the 30 days because you've already got a gun, but you need this new gun to go and kill somebody, and you might need 30 days to cool off. No, he's already got a gun. He's just going to go shoot the fucker with the one he's got. What the fuck?
oh, it's
Yeah,
it's
the
dumb.
way-
Nobody has a good argument.
Yeah, the only way. The problem is with the people who want to put all these gun bans and stuff. They seem to think it'll make the guns that are currently made and about. They think it'll make them magically disappear.
Well, and then they start talking about, well, oh, you can only buy so many rounds of ammunition. You know how many rounds of ammunition come in a box? Oh, well, we'll limit the magazine size. Oh, okay. It only
No,
takes
no,
one
see,
bullet, one
you know
bullet
what's
trigger. Like,
stupid?
this is
No,
stupid.
no. No, it's stupid. Don't limit anything, okay? Because you're going to create a surplus because people can only buy it,
Exactly.
you know, this amount this day. What you do is you re-elect Obama, and then we'll run out of 22 ammo again. That's what you do.
But that's the kind of fucking law I'm talking about. Those nonsensical fucking bullets are not like fucking milk. They don't go off. Like, you restrict people from buying shit.
No,
they're
these
just gonna take
stupid.
them
No,
out there.
Farty. Farty, it's worse than that, dude. These idiots act like I can't go up to the landing over by the Cougar Reservoir, pick up all the shotgun shells, reseal them, put a new firing fucking
Yeah.
cap on it, and bam! I don't need to buy your ammo, you dumb son of a bitch. What the fuck?
You don't even need a cap for them. You literally just hold it back.
Yeah, just get me a hot glue gun, nigga. Like, what the fuck? What's wrong with you?
No, they're so fucking dumb about this. And again, every single argument just reverted back to, you know, Sandy Hook and Parkland and Columbine and all these horrible mass shootings that happened. It's like, okay, yeah, the mass shootings are bad. That a bad person with a gun decided to go do something really fucked up and kill people.
Hey,
How are your
she
laws gonna
hated
stop that?
Mondays. She hated Mondays. You're not going to stop people from hating Monday, okay? Monday sucks. Sorry.
And I've made this argument so many fucking times, and people they either refuse to fucking realize that, sorry, your argument's shit, or they're too dumb to realize their argument is shit. It's one of the two. They're either willfully ignorant or they're just complete fucking moronic dipshits. Your laws are only going to stop law-abiding citizens from breaking the fucking law. And by you passing this type of restrictive legislation, you are overnight turning law-abiding citizens into criminals despite having committed no crime, which, last I checked, is the definition of a tyrant.
Well, it's worse than that. All jokes aside, when you push the citizens of these United States to the breaking point, when you start to take away their freedom of speech, you start to take away their freedom to assemble, you start to take away their freedom to bear arms. Well, the people of these United States, they tend to not care for that. Okay? They tend to form these things called militias, and they tend to form a firing line. I think you remember this little thing called the Bundy Ranch incident in Nevada?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, that happened, and guess who won? Bundy. Guess who won the Oregon Wildlife Refuge takeover, which by all means was illegal and illegitimate? Guess who won? The Bundys. Interesting. They're winning on the left coast. Wow. You think they're gonna lose in the south? I don't know. I want to hedge my bets on that, my friend.
Dodge, you're
Also-
gonna need to hear me out on this one because I already know that this is going to be one that you're going to go off half-cocked halfway through it before you've even got an idea of the point. But I will say that yes, advocating for laws is actually still a good thing because you need the laws to be there to begin with for them to be able to break them to do something wrong in the first place. Case in point, Christchurch. The only thing that the Christchurch shooter actually did that was wrong was kill people. Obtaining a firearm, perfectly legal. There was no law to stop him. He could get off the plane as an Australian citizen, walk into a gun shop and say, I'd like to buy an automatic rifle, thanks. And there was nothing to stop him from doing it. Nothing to stop him from buying the ammunition. There was nothing to stop him from carrying it in public. Because that was also another thing. He was walking down the street with an assault rifle and a couple of shotguns, and no one batted a fucking eyelid because there was no law against it, right? So there's all of these laws that simply weren't there that allowed him to obtain the means to walk straight into a mosque and start blasting away. You still kind of do need the laws, so the laws are still applicable to it. But
Okay,
when the criminals don't follow the fucking laws, that's when you've got the problem. But you still need the laws there to begin with.
Okay, this is where I'm gonna bring my American perspective here. And I'm not trying to argue with you, but I am gonna say my perspective. When a armed citizenry is able to openly carry, then the crime rate has been shown to go down.
Yeah.
That happens to be a fact. It is shown time and time again. So the fact that somebody's walking down the street with a 12 gauge isn't necessarily a bad thing, in my personal opinion. And that's also as an opinion of somebody who happened to walk down the street of a small town in Oregon with a 12 gauge shotgun. We got stranded. We went up camping for 4 days and shooting, and nobody came to pick us up. We had to walk back into town. I'm lucky Oregon is an open carry state, and I was able to just sling my 12 gauge shotty on my back. I'm good. It was unloaded in case I was stopped. I'm not stupid. But, I had my gun on my back. What's up?
Yeah, that was
It's a
perfectly
tool,
legal.
dude. It's a tool.
That's perfectly legal, right? But the same argument can be made by the criminal. Oh, but that's my tool for my profession and all this kind of stuff. Now, you don't necessarily like someone sticking a gun in your face and taking all your money now, do you? But if there wasn't a law to say that the people couldn't do that, well, then that would be perfectly legal for someone to do that now, wouldn't it? So you still need the law to say it's wrong.
Okay,
Except here's the difference. When you pull a weapon on somebody, and it's not in self-defense, whether the weapon was obtained legally, whether you can open carry it or concealed carry it legally, that's not the problem. The problem is when you actually pull the weapon on someone and you had no viable reason to do it, suddenly becomes a very, very serious fucking offense.
Yes, and then that puts you into a position where you need to go into self-defense, which you shouldn't be in the position in the first place under a civilized society. Now, I know we're not in a civilized society, but see, that's the premise of how the laws are supposed to work. It's illegal for him to do it, so you don't have to defend yourself.
No. See, that is the tricky thing here. Just because it's illegal doesn't mean you are not supposed to defend yourself against it. Do you lock your door at night? I live in the middle of nowhere. I don't. But if I suddenly heard about a bunch of break-ins, I'd start locking my door. You know what I mean? You don't lock your door because, they have the right to just walk in your house and rob you. You lock your door because what if they decide that they want to walk in your house and rob you?
Exactly,
right?
Exactly. And it's breaking into when they break a seal or a locked barrier like a door or something like that. And that law says that if that door is locked, you're not supposed to go in. And if you do go in, the bloke on the other side might be able to blow your fucking face off.
Well, the thing is, the law's not going to stop someone from breaking it. That's why this whole thing is stupid.
But that's true. However, if the law didn't exist in the first place, there would be nothing to stop them anyway.
Oh, so you know what? Actually, I think I actually agree with you Because I believe the premise that you're going with here is kind of like America. We are a nation of laws, not men. Men can change their mind. Law is absolute. That's what you're going with, then I back it 100%. I'm right there with you.
It
already have.
It is kind of the whole, oh, you can't smoke here, where's the sign kind of thing. I mean, like, okay, it's one thing to allow someone to just go ahead and buy all these guns and stuff like that. But you've got to at least try and put some barriers to slow them down at least.
We do. We already do.
Yeah.
That's the thing.
Yeah, I know.
This is why I'm so, like, I'm not against background checks. We already have background checks. Like, a reporter for, it was MSNBC or CNN, tried to go into a Walmart and buy a fucking hunting rifle and got turned down because they had, like, a felony drunk driving or some shit on their record. There's already a mandatory background check in fucking place. The myth about walking into a gun show and being able to just buy a gun without a background check. No, that's illegal. You will not only lose your fucking... hold on, Dodge, because I'm going to rant.
No, well, I know. That's why I'm going to cut in real quick before you rant. The only time that Doku is wrong is if I gift a gun to my son or I give a gun to my wife. I do not need to run a background check because I am not selling said item. I am giving it to my family. But you can't give it to your friend. You have to run a background check in Oregon. You can't just give a gun to your friend in Oregon anymore. You used to be able to. In some states, you can. In Oregon, it has to be a direct family member. You have to be married, or it has to be your kid. It has to be an inheritance. It has to go that way. Farty, if you're going to try and get a word in, I would try right now because Doku's going to go on a rant.
Yeah, just real quick on what Doku said. Yes, the whole gun show fucking loophole, that absolutely is what happened in Christchurch.
I'm going to go now.
All right, see you, man.
It was
Later,
nice
Yorkie.
to chat with you guys. See ya.
So no, here in the United States, if you go to a gun show, if you're an authorized vendor, you still have to run a background check. It's treated the same way as if you walked into a shop. If you do not run a background check on someone, that is a federal crime. And I know some people, because I have friends with people in the firearm community. I'm friends with people who actually train SWAT and special forces. If you do not do that, it will land you 30 years in an ATF federal run penitentiary facility at least. It is a very serious federal crime to not run a background check, even if you're at a fucking gun show, because you are a vendor. You can display products. You can, as long as the weapons are unloaded, there's a trigger lock on them. You can do all that shit. It's basically a fucking convention. But if you're a vendor, you must run a background check. It is mandatory. There are already mandatory background checks on the fucking books. Anytime that is not followed, it's a massive fucking crime. There are FBI agents who make their fucking entire living just making sure that gun vendors, if they suspect someone of actually not abiding by the law, they go there the same way that an underage kid would go into a bar to try to buy beer, and they will fucking nail your ass. The same way that if you try to sell a firearm without a proper serial number on it, they will nail your ass. Those laws are already in place. The laws they're trying to put into place now are unconstitutional for two very specific reasons. Reason number one being, you cannot tell someone, under Second Amendment shall not be infringed. You cannot tell someone they are not allowed to buy a firearm if they are a law-abiding citizen and they pass that background check that is already on the books. They're trying to expand it to restrict access. That is in violation of the Second Amendment. It's those laws that they're advocating for, common sense gun control, that's already on the fucking books. It's not common sense gun control. It's opening the door to bypass due process for unreasonable search and seizure. That is what the laws they're trying to pass are, which is why they're focusing on red flag laws so much, because how the hell am I going to know, like, oh, my neighbor gets his trash can at fucking 4 a.m? oh, I think he might be up to something sketchy. I feel threatened. Let's report him to the police, and then, without any real fucking evidence, oh well, red flag laws. This person said that this person might be a threat. Okay, I'm gonna go in. We're gonna just, and this is where one of the things I'll disagree with Trump on. I want to take the guns first. No, you're bypassing due process. That is bullshit, and that is a violation of Second Amendment rights. Screw you. That's why red flag laws are bullshit. It's also why the bump stock ban is bullshit. If you haven't done anything fucking wrong, and there's no reason to believe that you're actually going to do something, then why? Why would you do this?
This is where Aunt Jack's gonna attack me again for being a quote unquote dumbass libertarian. End quote. I would argue personally, if you have gone to prison and you have served your time, you are off parole, you have paid your debt to society, then you deserve the right to vote and own a firearm. It is a right from your humanity, not given by the government. Therefore, who is the government to take that away unless you are actively trying to hurt people?
Well, what with Doku just said, like the whole checks and balances and all that kind of stuff, what I'm trying to tell you is in Christchurch, there wasn't even that. He may as well have walked into the shop and said, I want to go in a gun massacre, and they still gave him the rifle.
Well, that's insane, but I mean, even if they did do the checks and they failed him, can't he go to the corner, right, and buy a gun? Come on. In London, they sell guns, dude. London, England, right?
That's an option. That's an option. But my point is, right, is that, like, if you want to stop burglary, you don't just open a shop selling burglary tools. You know, they literally gave him the means to do it.
See, Farty, here's the thing, man. Okay, burglary tools. What's that? I bought on the internet, I bought on an auction site a key gun, right? For a locksmith. So I put the pick in, I put it in, pop, 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 and the door's open. That's it. I got that in case we lock the keys in the car or something. We ain't got to break the window. I ain't got to do a Slim Jim maneuver, right? I can just pop, pop, pop. And yeah, I got to replace the lock probably. But whatever, it'll be fine. But those are burglary tools. Those are burglary tools, dude.
No.
Hold on.
No.
I'm not done real quick because I have to point something out. There were 2 mosques that were involved in Christchurch. You know why the second one is not talked about? Is because there was a guy in the fucking mosque who had a fucking gun who shot the asshole who was trying to shoot people up the same way that fucking thing happened in Texas. Guns are not the fucking problem. The crazy assholes are the fucking problem, yes,
well,
but
no.
it's not the fucking guns.
Yeah, you're right. It is the crazy people. But, Farty, I do want to ask you again. If I can buy a locksmith kit and I can own that, but if I put it in my trunk and carry it, it's burglary tools. What the fuck? Why am I able to actually buy it then?
Well, it's free to join the Order of Ordained Locksmiths, which I am a member of. So, if you're a member of Tool, it doesn't matter whether you're a practicing locksmith or not. You are a locksmith. There is a difference. But what my point is, right? You know, fucking like, there's a difference between trying to stop someone from doing something and then just saying, "Hey, Charles Manson, do you want a machine gun?" Because that's literally what New Zealand did. Like, this is how woeful the laws were, that they were so non-existent, they literally gave him the rifle basically as he got off the plane, as an unregistered, undocumented. I don't even think they fucking registered the rifle either. So, like, you at least need to put, and what Doku said, or what you said, you can go down the corner. Yeah, of course he can go down the bloody corner. But, like, it still stops him from going into a gun shop and purchasing a friggin' firearm perfectly legally and then going on a gun rampage.
You're right. But this is where me as an American, I will come back with this simple point. And go ahead and argue it if you would like. But if the criminal can go to the corner and get a gun without a background check and get it in about 60 seconds, hand money, get gun, fully loaded, ready to rock and roll, so to say, right? Then why do I, as a lawful abiding citizen, Why do they want me to wait 60 days? In Oregon, I don't. Dude, it's 45 minutes, right? You pick out your gun, you go shopping, you come back, they walk you up after you pass the background check, and bam, you're out. You got a brand new gun in a box. You're right?
Yeah,
It's not that hard, but it is a lot harder than the criminal. So, what's going on here? I thought I was the one not breaking the law.
Well, that is a thing though. That like it is the whole premise of like it's the reason why banks don't sell guns. Oh yeah, I'll buy that little $12 piece off you. Right, thanks. Now give me all the money in the till.
Well, the thing is, we already have these types of laws on the books. Like background checks are a thing.
Yep.
You hear like all the politicians like, well, we need universal background checks. Dude, the ATF is a thing. Like, I'm sorry. Oh, well, we need to ban assault weapons. Every weapon could be a fucking assault weapon. Fully automatic weapons that were not grandfathered in have been fucking heavily restricted since fucking 86. You can't just walk into a gun shop and buy a fully automatic Uzi. That's not the way it works. You need even a special license to even own one past 86. Like, all of these laws already fucking exist. Everything that they're trying to push now on the books is not gun control. They say, oh, no one's coming for your guns. Yeah, they are.
Well, okay, I can take a few simple plastic parts, a spring, and something to hit the firing cap with and make a zip gun. You're not going to control gun violence with background checks. It's not going to happen.
No, but what you're also not going to do is just give everybody carte blanche and just go fucking shoot each other. I mean, like, if you want to take away all the gun laws and stuff like that, well, then it just does become not illegal to shoot somebody. So, like,
Well, and that's the thing. Look at gun owners of America and the NRA. The NRA was already the ones that were pushing for fucking background checks in the first place. No one on the pro-Second Amendment side is pushing for more gun regulation or to take it away. They're saying we don't need more gun regulation because anything past what we already have on the books is going against the Second Amendment because it's an infringement at this point in time. You already have to go through a process to just acquire a firearm. That's already in place. It's already a thing. What they're trying to do, and this is the problem with red flag laws.
Well, no, Doku, I know you're going off on red flag laws, and I apologize, but I think there is an elephant in the room here. Ghost gun machines. You have now 3D printing, and you have 3D printing with metal alloys, which means I can set up for about $600, and I'm now Smith & Wesson, homie. That's gonna be a thing, dude. You're not gonna be able to regulate that. It's gonna be all over the dark web if you try to ban it on the main web.
They've already done it here. Like fucking the bikies. As soon as we fucking closed up all the gun laws and all this kind of shit, they just started buying machine shops and CNC machines and all this kind of thing. Now, for that kind of a scale, you need organised crime network and all this. That kind of an issue, like, yes, you can make your gun. Like, I could probably make one with the shit that I got lying around the house. Like, no shit. Like, ammunition and everything. Fucking, to make a proper actual gun that I know won't blow up in my face and probably get a few rounds off before it does fail, then, like, I kind of need to invest in some machinery. And they're kind of hoping that not everybody's got the the money to buy the machinery to do it.
I know, but the price is dropping, though, Farty. The price is dropping like a rock, dude. I'm looking at the 3D printers, man, and I was a CNC machinist. That's what I did for a living. So I could wrap my head around a fucking 3D printer, bro. You know what I meant? You know what I'm saying? And dude, I could do this. I could set up like fucking Winchester up in this bitch. You know what I mean?
Real quick. If we're gonna go down this logic train that the liberals are trying to fucking use in regards to like, oh, we need more gun laws and we need more of this, more of that. If you really want to do maximum damage, like, if you're telling me that you need to pass red flag laws and you need to restrict how many handguns somebody can buy in a month and you need to restrict ammunition and all this or that, you might as well just flat out say you're trying to fucking ban firearms and you might as well ban Home Depot while you're at it. Because if you really want to do frickin' damage, Go buy a frickin' PVC pipe at Home Depot, some nuts, some bolts, and some nails, and then go visit your local fucking gas station. You're not going to stop crazy people from doing crazy shit. You're just not.
Here is another interesting little thing with the whole proliferation on fucking 3D printed firearms. This is just another level of that thing that I mentioned before. Well, they'll just go and make their own. Now there's a new means to do it, and this is where like people they actually do need laws because well, when 3D print when that fucking the zip gun first came out, right? Like that thing was designed that it'd be used once, right? Now, wouldn't it be nice to have a law that says if you're going to go and buy one of these things off a shady cunt, that at least he's got to make it to a certain standard? Like, fucking, there is elements, like, in parts of the laws that, like, if you are going to do this stupid thing, can you try not to do this and this and this and this while you're at it? If you're going to use a zip gun, can you try and at least reinforce it a bit and all this? So, like, in these laws and stuff, like, even if it is you make a legal version of a printed firearm within the laws and all this kind of stuff, there should be certain standards and stuff that say that you could use this thing without it blowing up in your face, because then that'll lead people to sell these very dangerous firearms and stuff like that. So there is parts of the laws that, like that, instances like that, where yes, yeah, we actually do need to put some laws in there because there actually aren't any at the moment. And then we have the cross-judge situation.
You know, there's no such thing as a...
Sorry, Doku, but I just want to say I won't necessarily disagree with you, Farty. If you're gonna set up a 3D printer, a ghost gun machine, and you're gonna print out guns and you're gonna sell them like a licensed gunsmith, then you need to be a licensed gunsmith. We do have laws on the books, though. I will caveat that with we already have the laws. It's called being a gunsmith.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And you'll find that a lot of those laws are standards and procedures and shit that are there to ensure that you're not going to sell a faulty product.
You know, the only law that I would actually agree with in regards to gun control is if you want to go out and buy a fucking firearm, you need to take a basic gun safety and handling course. Like, don't just sell it to some freaking
No. I got taught how to fire a gun. First gun I ever shot was an AR-15. I was 8 years old. I've been fucking raised on guns. I know how to use them. I've never gone to no fucking safety course.
Well, there is an issue though where you got, like, you know, differences in standards and training and stuff like that. So if everybody's done the same course and they all know the same safety procedures, you know that fucking Billy Bob next to you isn't going to fling his fucking rifle around like a fucking shotgun blindly with his finger on the trigger.
Yeah, I know the video you're referencing too. That's what I'm saying. Like, you need at least a basic, like, do you know trigger discipline? Do you know how to clean the weapon? Do you know how to chamber a round? Do you know how to unchamber?
Yeah, but you can learn that without a government-sanctioned course, dude.
I'm just saying the only law I would support would be something along those lines. Do you know how to handle a dangerous tool? Because there's no such thing as a gun that is not dangerous.
Okay, so, then I want a hammer safety course supplied by the government. How about staple guns? What about tasers, dude? How about mace? You ever fucking bear mace? That's fucked. We need a safety course on that. No, see, that's where we spiral out of control. Once again, we're back to the slippery slope, my friend.
No, because we've already done it. The gun is lethal. No, we've already done it out here. Like, you do have to do a basic safety course, and this can be done at any SSA range. It can be done by any SSA member. So if your dad's an SSA member, which is just a membership to a club, he can run that test on you, and it literally is just a one-page piece of paper, and it's like, okay, it's simple things like don't point the gun in the stupid direction, don't fling it around like your daddy's shotgun, point it in the safe direction at all times, don't put your finger on the trigger guard unless you intend to shoot something. If you're crossing a fence, what do? You put the gun down. If you got someone with you, pass your gun to somebody else, you climb the fence, you get past both firearms and their climbs. It's very, very simple, basic fucking, like, we just want to know that you're not a dickhead kind of a test. And we already have it in place. It can be done. It's not going to be the massive big deal that you think it is, Dodge.
That's the thing. I'm
against driver's licenses. Okay, so let's remember who we're talking to here.
I'm a member of an NRA range. I'm an NRA member, and you know what you do to get access to their fucking range?
You walk in.
No, you actually can't just walk in. It's literally they walk in. You walk in. They say, okay. They register you because you have to be a registered member to use the facility. And the first thing they do is they give you a fucking test. and it's literally like 2 pages, and it's just basic, simple shit. That's it. It's just a simple. It's just a simple like.
I know you live back east. I get it though.
Hold on, Dodge.
Doku.
Hold on.
No, Doku, I get your test. Your test is the same as Farty's test. I understand. And I also get that you live back east. You're in a bunch of metropolitan areas. You kind of have to go to the range. I never went to the range. I've never been to a firing range. Ever. I go out in the yonder, dude. I go out in the woods and I shoot some shit. You know what I mean? Like,
Dude,
what happened to that?
I think I've already.
Like, what happened to the good old boys, dude? What's up?
Dude, I think I've already told you that when I was at my uncle on my mom's side, they owned some some land in the Texas Hill Country, and me and my cousin were drinking as shit late at night, and we woke up, and the first thing to do is like, hey, grab the cooler. Hey, Spence, go grab the rifle and the shotgun. We're gonna go shoot some skeet, and we're gonna do some target shooting, and that was just on their land. But dude, you can't expect everybody to actually know how to handle a fucking gun. Like,
actually, you can. It's called the parents be an adult, learn how to handle a firearm yourself, and then teach your children. Learn how to be a goddamn American. And the thing is also, I totally get that, dude. I was living with my friend and his dad, and we go, hey, Dad, we're grabbing the 30-30. We're gonna go shoot some cans. All right, that's it. Then there's like 3 or 4. No. Then there's like 3 or 4 teenagers, 2 or 3 boxes of ammo, and a fucking live firearm. Guess what? We're all still breathing, dude. It's not that difficult.
Are you telling me that you would actually trust someone who can't figure out what fucking gender their kid is with a freaking gun if it wasn't even loaded, because they wouldn't know what direction to point the damn thing?
Yeah, I've seen people fuck up loading an M16. Like, no shit. Magazine in the wrong way. Magazine in upside down. Magazine upside down the wrong way. No shit. Flat side on the fucking... Like, no fucking shit. Took them fucking 7 fucking goes to put the bloody magazine in an M16 right. My point is that these basic safety instructions are parts where, like, you know, if you say to someone, like, if you pull the trigger and it doesn't fire, what do? And the guy goes, oh, look down the barrel. Oh, well,
oh
hey,
my God.
No, you don't do that. What you do is you keep it and you can catch those little safety issues and stuff like that. So then we can say, yeah, Matt, like, you can go off in the bush as far as you want, do whatever you want, carry all the guns and shoot whatever the fuck you want, because we know now that you're not going to be dumb enough to fucking look down the barrel.
Well, it's like the same thing in fucking shop class, dude. Like, okay, you're operating the fucking bandsaw. What's the one thing you don't do when you're trying to cut a piece of wood when you're operating a fucking bandsaw?
Yeah,
don't put your thumb on the piece of fucking wood. It's going to cut your thumb off, you dumb shit.
It's a site induction. I mean, you go onto a lot of fucking industrial sites and factories and shit nowadays, and most of the time, your first thing you got to do is sit down and have a chat, and it's like, there's a lot of really stupid bloody things. I used to do site inductions for Iplex pipelines, and there really was the question that I had to ask the drivers, do you know how to use a telephone? I'm not kidding. I even had to ask them, do you know how to tie knots? I'm not being a dick or anything like that. It's just that you'd be surprised how many tip truck drivers who have never had to tie a load down before or come down here, and this is the first time they're even looking at a road. And it's that point there. No, dude, I don't actually know how to tie a knot. That's all right, mate. I'll come and show you. This is how we do it. Like, that's the whole point of these little safety issues. So, you can go ahead and drive the truck and do the job.
No, okay, I get that. And not everybody was raised like I was. Not everybody was handed a semi-automatic weapon at 8 years old and told, here you go, have fun. I get it. But they should have. They should have. What happened to that culture in America? I'm sorry. No. Ignorance is not an excuse for the law. There you go. That says it all.
People were getting hurt. That's the reason why the laws changed.
No, dude, I say bring back what we had in the fucking 60s. I believe it went up to like the early 70s, where, you know what? Shooting was an actual club, an extracurricular activity taught in American public schools. They taught you how to handle a fucking firearm.
You actually still have
it. We should bring it. Yeah, but it's not nearly as common as you might think, at least not here.
No, it's the NRA marksmanship program or something like that, and no, they are still really big because they've actually been getting in a lot of fucking reclaimed firearms. Like the last massive one they got was a shitload of M1 Grands from Thailand, I think it was, and they've all gone into the marksmanship program. They're actually going to be issued out and gifted to people in the actual program itself. That thing is still going on. It's just not as prevalent as it was.
Well, you
Well,
wanna know the
here
most-
here in the United States, we do have some gun classes within schools. They're in charter or private schools only, not public school ever, and it is very sparse. As Doku was saying, he's right.
And that's the thing. You want to know the most terrifying thing about somebody with a gun? The most terrifying thing about somebody with a gun is someone who's never actually shot a gun before. Those are the people I do not want to be anywhere close to.
Well, I agree. Okay, I don't know about you, but I took my wife out when it was before we got married. We were engaged, and I taught her how to shoot. What did I do? I stood behind her. I helped her level it out. I helped her aim, and I taught her how to shoot. And, you know, she fired off a couple rounds with me helping her, and then I backed up and let her do her thing. Yeah, you don't just hand somebody a gun and go, hey, go hog wild. That's how people get hurt. You know, I get it. But you got to know what you're doing as the teacher also. But this should be a family issue, not a government one. That's my argument. You're saying the state should have a test. I say no, sir. No, they shouldn't.
Well, not necessarily, you see, because like the test doesn't need to be administered by the state. It can be, you know, recognised by the state, and the NRA can administer it, and there'd be no problems in that. It's exactly how they do it out here.
And I'm not saying it should be like a state standardized test. I actually think that's a bad idea. But it should be like, okay, if we're going to do it, we already have background checks on the fucking books. Like, you can't walk into a gun shop and just buy a fucking gun and then walk out like nothing fucking happened. No, there's still a background check involved. So, fill out this form. Do you know what trigger discipline is? Do you know to not look down the fucking barrel? Do you know how to fix a jam?
Yeah, because, well, even gun gripes, you just watch YouTube gun gripes. The top fucking gun gripe that every single gun shop owner has is Billy Bob walks into the thing and says, I got a problem, my 4 or 5, and they're like, hang on, just leave it there. And they don't even listen. They pull it straight out, finger in the trigger, waving it around, fucking barrels going every fucking where, and they're like, it's not loaded, you see. Pulls the magazine out, racks the fucking slide, and out comes a live round. That happens so fucking often, it's not funny.
And again, that's the thing. You put the fucking safety on, you take the fucking magazine out, you fucking make sure that the hammer isn't cocked back, just in case the safety fails, and then you fucking rack the slide, and 9 out of 10 times, a fucking round comes out.
And that's the fundamental first fucking rule universally. Even fucking aliens on another planet fucking observe this is the first fundamental rule that you treat with firearms, no matter fucking what. Whether it's a toy or whether it's real, it is always treated as a live firearm, whether it's unloaded or not, for that exact reason.
Exactly, because maybe somebody forgot that the fucking slide was racked because, you know, they slept with it under their pillow or some shit. And oh, by the way, you don't point it at fucking hard surfaces.
Or maybe you're a cunt like me who finds the recruits that leave their rifles unattended and chuck a blank up the barrel and tell them to pull the trigger when they come back to it.
So you scare the shit out of them?
Oh, no, it's unloaded, I tell you. It's like, all right, pull the trigger then. What the fuck? Yeah, dickhead.
Yeah, don't leave your weapon unattended. Always treat it as if there's a round in the fucking chamber and it's live and the safety is off. It is a lethal fucking weapon.
Yeah, absolutely. But I stand by, it should be something taught within the family. You should learn from your dad or your mom how to shoot, or your uncle, your granddad, whatever.
What if the rest of your family are hippies and they don't like guns?
Then there are clubs and there are you know,
when you
go to go hunting as a minor, you have to go through the hunter safety course. Yes. So we do have a program like you're talking about. It's just I never got my hunting license as a kid. I just went out fucking target shooting. And I learned
That's-
how to handle a gun that way.
Yeah,
So,
that's the reason why we had the clubs administer it, because, well, not everybody has a shooting family. Some people are hippies and hate guns. Like in this country especially, you know, fucking, if you had an old musket hanging up on the wall there and some fucking dickhead coming to your house, they're quite liable to turn around and say that's an anti-aircraft gun and you're going to nuke the place. Like, no fucking shit. Like, yeah, absolutely there should be these things. And that's the reason why the NRA should be the ones that administer it, not fucking the government, not parents or anything, because it will be standardised and you will be able to go into any NRA range and they say, have you done the course? And you go, yes, and they know that you're not going to look down the barrel like a fuckwit.
And that's kind of my point, is everybody, you don't have to be a fucking gun advocate. You don't have to, be some crazy, anti-gun, hippie. Everyone should know how to handle a fucking weapon, or at least know how to fucking treat it with respect, and know how you don't handle a fucking weapon, i.e. looking down the barrel like a moron.
What I don't like is the people who, you get this a lot in Oregon, even though it's an open carry state, it's the West Coast. So you have the people that they are just frightened by the very sight of anything that looks like a gun. So this shit could be a goddamn airsoft gun. If it looks like a 9mm, they're pissing their pants.
Holy shit! We actually had
That's
a call on
pathetic.
a soldier that was doing fucking PT like on his own time. He was in his cams. He's had packing webbing and all this, and he'd made up out of some rectangular hollow steel the basic framework of an Ostire, right? It dead set just looked like a bunch of metal that had been welded together. It really didn't look like a gun. He'd even painted it bright red. But some fuckwit saw that and they called the cops and said, "There's a guy in army gear and he's got a big fucking gun. He's got a..." Well, this prompted memes like other Australian soldiers getting in full uniform and walking around with giant Nerf rifles and stuff like that with signs on the backs of their packs saying, "Relax, it's a toy." That's the ludicrous bullshit that you're going to look forward to.
Yeah, no, and that's what I'm saying. Like, my wife, her friends' parents are that way, where, oh, I don't care that it's an open carry state. Don't bring a gun on our property. We'll freak out and call the cops. Like, okay, chill the fuck out. First off, the guy that's gonna murder you isn't the open carry guy. I guarantee it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
No,
well,
he's the dumb shit with the fucking gun and his fucking jock strap, fucking walking around ready to blow his dick off.
Yeah, well, my point with the whole fucking this dickhead running around in his cams and shit to the fucking the supposed replica is that, like, yeah, this is where I shouldn't be allowed to get away with it, and that you got, oh, it looked like a gun, I'm gonna just so fucking no. Because this fucking idiot doesn't know what an actual gun looks like, they were allowed to do something stupid like that almost got someone fucking hurt, and fucking that's the kind of shit that would be stopped by basic firearms recognition. Oh, right, you've done your recognition course, right? You know what a gun looks like. That was obviously not a gun. Come with us, we're arresting you for wasting our time. That's what should have happened over that, but of course no. And like, yeah, it's the same thing with I explained this about like the animals and shit around here, right? Okay, dangerous things are not dangerous when you know what you're doing and you know what it's all about, right? I am one of the safest people on the planet with a firearm because I know exactly what I am doing. I don't trust any other cunt with one because I don't know what they're doing. I don't know what they know. And all this kind of shit. Guns are not fucking dangerous if you absolutely know what you're doing, and you do need an element of professionalism when you are working with them. And this is what people need to have before they're allowed out with them.
No, I agree completely. That goes back to my statement of the most dangerous thing about a gun is an idiot walking around with one that doesn't know how to fucking use it and doesn't treat it with fucking respect. Because again, some dumbass tries to pull the fucking trigger or doesn't have trigger discipline, even worse, and the thing jams. Like, that's the most dangerous fucking thing that could possibly happen with any law-abiding citizen is in regards to a fucking firearm. Is they try to do something stupid, and the thing jams. Next thing, they're waving it around like, oh, well, it's not going off. Let me go ahead and, turn it sideways and see if the safety's still on. And it's, no, dude, it's a fucking lethal weapon. Like, treat it with fucking respect. And also, people who get fucking, twitchy and squirrely whenever they even fucking look at a gun, let alone hold one, and they've never shot one before in their lives, those are the people I don't want to be around, because for all I fucking know, you're going to freak out and start crying, and in your emotional outburst, there's still frickin' 8 more rounds in the frickin' magazine, and you're going to, like, again, become twitchy and freak out. Next thing I know, you might be shooting off 5.34 rounds into a fucking crowd because, you're an emotionally detached, irrational little fucking moron because you're not treating the fucking thing with respect. Hey, it's a gun.
Well, it's the same thing as a sword or a compound bow or a crossbow. Anything that can injure or kill somebody needs to be treated with respect. And if you have no respect for yourself, you'll have no respect for the weapons. So there'll obviously always be people who break the law, people who hurt people. That's going to happen, which is why the law-abiding citizens need to be armed as well.
That is a thing. However, if there weren't any laws, then it wouldn't be illegal to rob you. So, you'd actually be murdering the person who's robbing you at gunpoint because you say you're defending yourself, but it wasn't illegal for him to rob you in the first place.
And see, that's my point, is we already have the necessary laws in place.
Yeah.
Adding new ones is not going to change jack shit. Just because you reduce the magazine size, like, oh, well, you're not allowed to have 30-round magazines. Okay, you can still have 10-round. Okay, you can have 10-round magazines. Okay, well, you can only have muskets. All right, let's see what happens when the dude with the blunderbuss walks into the fucking crowded hallway.
No, it's worse than that, Doku. Okay, first gun I ever bought, 1891 model, 12 gauge breech loader, auto eject, one shot. I got to where I could be pissed drunk and shoot and reload about 60, about one, almost 2 a minute. Almost about 2 a minute. What happened is I did a contest. I'm trying to think of exactly because we timed it. I think it was about 2 a minute. So we're talking about 120 rounds in about a minute, where it's just shot, bam, reload, shoot, bam, reload, shoot. So about 2 a second is what I got up to. Okay, that is a 12 gauge shotgun shooting one-handed and reloading at about 2 a second. That's 120 rounds in a minute, and that's from a single shot weapon. You want to tell me again about magazines?
Yeah, I actually wouldn't be bragging about that, mate, because what you basically just said there, you like to drive drunk with your dick hanging out the window, flashing fucking nuns whilst you're fucking molesting a fucking baby. Like,
actually, no. We were out. No, we were out. Irresponsible?
Yes.
I was out with just me and my buddy shooting by ourselves. He was behind me, and we were doing a contest to see how quick we could shoot. And yeah, we had a couple 30 packs because we were out camping. So what?
See,
you act like Americans don't drink and shoot guns.
This is the point. Shut the fuck up for a second. This is the point we're trying to make. Responsible gun owners wouldn't do that because that is considered dangerous and irresponsible. See, this is where we're getting at. Basic fucking firearm safety course.
Did anybody die? No.
People have. Lots of times.
So what? People die driving a car at 45 miles per hour in a 55 mile per hour zone. They weren't breaking the law either. No, there is not laws against that. I just stated there was no laws against going 45 in a 55.
What was the fucking point on that? That's fucking
The point on that is people that follow the rules die too, dumbass.
So, yeah, you can fucking die in a bloody car accident with a drink driver and you weren't the one that's drinking. That doesn't fucking nullify the fact that fucking drink driving is still illegal and he shouldn't have been doing it in the first place. It's the same thing there, you know. So these safety issues and all this kind of stuff is what us responsible people are trying to address. And then we got country bumpkins like you, like, I'll go drunk and shoot up the sky, kapow, kapow, kapow. Like, that's fucking irresponsible, mate. That's the shit we're trying to stop.
And I think you're stupid for trying to stop something that's going to happen anyway.
Well, if it's going to happen anyway and all this kind of stuff, and you do shoot yourself in the dick or something because you were drunk and you, I don't know, you wanted to use your third eye to look down the fucking barrel, well, that's your fucking problem. Don't suck about it.
First off, I think you're giving me way too little credit. Second, you're wrong. You're just plain wrong. Half the time, the people in the wars that you like to talk about were fucking drunk. Half the time in Vietnam, they were high on heroin and nodding out. Oh, should we have not handed them their M16 to go kill Charlie? Huh, buddy?
You
really want to go there? No, let's get a wild hair up my ass, motherfucker. No, you just called me dumb for about 2 fucking minutes. Fuck you.
And you're trying to equate America to fucking war zones where everything else is going to kill you anyway.
Yeah, you want to explain why the fuck you live where everything wants to kill you, dumbass? And you want to talk about drinking? Shit, you Aussies wake up and drink 10 seconds later. I at least drink some orange juice, homie.
When everything wants to fucking kill you, Eddie, you have to be fucking drunk to put up with it.
Real quick. Okay, yeah, to go back to the previous story. Yeah, I was still drunk as shit from the last night when I was at my my uncle's ranch and we went out shooting in the fucking morning. There's a difference between two things. I'm familiar enough with firearms that, am I still a little bit drunk? Yeah, I am. The same way that, have I driven a little bit drunk? Yeah, I have. But I'm familiar enough with driving a fucking standard transmission, the same way I'm familiar enough with firearms, that just because I've been drinking a little bit doesn't mean I'm going to do something completely fucking moronic.
Well, no, what irritated me and got a wild hair up my ass was the fact that, oh, that's what we want to stop. Stop what? 2 guys camping, having a competition, and you know the worst thing that happened was I blew through about 3 boxes of ammo and I had some bruises on my arm. You want to ruin my fun for what?
Oh, okay, yeah, right. Well, all the other cunts that have shot themselves will shot other people whilst fucking drunk on accident. Yeah, we'll just ignore that because you didn't manage to hurt yourself, eh? But I kind of fucking love it how you don't understand how I can call you a dumb cunt on this issue when, like, I'm the one person in the room here that actually used to be a firearms instructor. And you're telling the teacher that he's wrong. That's where I get to call you an idiot.
I'm not saying it's a bad idea. I'm just saying the chances of something going wrong go down drastically as long as you're familiar with what you're doing.
Exactly.
So at least, you know what? You've had a few beers and you're shooting cans. The chances of you hurting yourself or somebody else go down drastically if you're familiar with a firearm. The same way that the chances of you actually fucking up driving drunk go down drastically if you're either familiar with A, driving, or B, drinking. Hopefully if you're familiar with both and it's not your first time, because if it is, the chances of you hurting yourself or someone else go up drastically.
Yeah, because, like, well, you know, if you can guarantee yourself that when you're drunk you will not trip over that rock and accidentally discharge that fucking firearm, which, when it does happen, just like Widowmakers, usually just happens to be while it's pointing directly at somebody. You know, when you can confirm that, like, you absolutely won't trip over that rock whilst you're drunk, okay, fine. Yeah, if you're sober and you trip over the rock, okay, you're sober, okay, there, be careful next time. But fucking, the chances of it going up increase drastically while you're drunk.
Yeah, and that's my point. If you're familiar with something, hopefully, if you're drunk, at least you remember to make sure that the chamber is empty and the safety is on. So if you're familiar with the firearm, the chances of that also go up drastically, and hopefully you don't hurt somebody.
This Same thing as pointing a rifle downrange at all times, like not at anybody unless you actually intend to shoot them. Is that okay? Downrange is the dangerous place. Stay away from the dangerous place, and you will be safe. Everything behind that place is safe. Like it's just a little fundamental thing. It's not a law. It's not a rule. It's just like if you do follow that, you won't get shot, and you'd be surprised how many people don't.
Well, and that's my point, and that's why I'm saying, like, yeah, does the alcohol increase the chances of something bad going or something going wrong, something bad happening? Yeah, it definitely increases the chances of it. But what increases the chances more is if you're not familiar with actually handling a firearm in proper safety. You should know what you're doing. The same way that if you've never been drunk before, and the chances of you doing something stupid and all of a sudden you wake up in a fucking, car park behind a fucking 7-Eleven with some horse sucking your dick, because it's the first time you've ever had beer or fucking Jack Daniels before, yeah, the chances go up drastically.
Okay, Candace in the chat. I love Matt and Doku, but this is the dumbest shit I've heard them say. Okay. I did not go the Doku route and bring up drunk driving. I think that's a bad analogy. My analogy would be more fishing with dynamite, I suppose. But that's just as bad. But here's the thing. When you're out camping and you're drinking a few beers and shooting your gun, there's nothing bad. He stayed behind me. There was no one else around. We were in the middle of nowhere on the top of a mountain on a landing where we could see everywhere. We set it up beforehand. We knew where we were going to camp. I grew up there, and I knew what we were doing. And it's not like I pound beer. I sip my beer. So I'm not fucking 3 sheets to the wind shooting a 12 gauge in the air like I'm Dick Cheney on a fucking bird hunt. Okay? So I think Farty is going a little outrageous here. I really do.
No, not really.
My analogy is that the less experience you have with something, the higher the risk. That's the point I'm trying to make. If you have experience with firearms, if you have experience with drinking, if you have experience with driving, the risk of something going wrong goes down. If you don't, it goes up. That's my point. And that goes for pretty much anything. If you have no experience using a fucking bandsaw, the risk of you losing a finger goes up. If you have
absolutely, and real quick before Candid leaves, hey Candid, come April, I'm flying down to Shreveport. I'll be down there for a week. I don't know if you got any business anywhere near Louisiana or Texas, but that's as close to fucking Kentucky I'm gonna get. Alright? So there's your chance to meet up with me at a bar. We'll meet up in Shreveport if you can make the time. So hit me up in Discord, we'll talk. Anyway, go ahead, Doku. I just wanted to say that before Candid took off.
No, I was just saying the analogy I'm making is not. I'm not saying that these aren't dumb decisions. They're dumb decisions. No one can defend that they aren't. I mean, they are. They're dumb decisions. But when you have experience doing something, the risk of you fucking up and hurting yourself or somebody else goes down. That's my point.
Well, what my point is, okay, so you're okay. You didn't get hurt. You didn't do this. That's all right. Okay, I can drive as drunk as a fucking skunk, and I'm perfectly fine. The fact of the matter is, there's a lot of people who fucking can't, and unfortunately, one in, all in, just because some dumb fuck decided that they're going to stick a penny bunger up a dog's ass and fucking blow it up. Now I can't have fireworks on my birthday anymore.
You did it. You did it. No, you did it. Good job.
What?
We've been hanging out long enough. You finally figured out how to really actually piss me off. One in, all in. Go fuck yourself. I'm an individual. I ain't the fucking forest. I'm the goddamn tree. And fuck you for trying to drag me into your bullshit. Because you can't drink and shoot a gun means I can't? Fuck you. Fuck you and the horse you rode in on, man. Nah, fuck all that noise. Fuck all that noise. One dumb fucking Muslim tries to smuggle a bomb in his goddamn shoe or his underwear like a fucking moron. I gotta take off my shoes and strip? Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck all of you! That's bullshit. Nah, man. It's called freedom. And you stand up, dude. Hey, the government's got tanks. Why can't I have a tank? I want that nuke in my fucking garage, bro. Fuck
Dodge
you.
is perfectly fine drinking whilst operating a firearm in a car and all this kind of stuff. He's fine with that. So we'll let Billy Bob do that too. And how about Joe George and fucking Mary Jane and all those other cunts? Oh fuck, they've all shot themselves. Oh jeez, Dodge.
Did they all shoot themselves? Can they shoot themselves tomorrow? Oh, they can't. Problem solved.
Yeah, but just because you can fucking do something doesn't mean that
Problem
we can
solved, though. What are you complaining about? Jane is dead.
No.
Janie's got a gun. Janie ate the bullet. Janie's dead.
No, just because you can do something doesn't arbitrarily trust everybody else to do it, right? Now, just because you can drive drunken shit through your caravan park doesn't mean that the fucking 14-year-old kid up the other end. Now, we should have a law against
Who the
fucking
fuck
doing that.
said I'm driving drunk? I've never driven drunk. That's a slander, sir.
You are operating a firearm, which is a thing that can, in fact, kill people. You're operating a car, which is a thing that can, in fact, kill people. It is fucking the same thing.
Farty? Okay. We're friends, right? Alright. Okay. Dude, you wake up and drink, bro. I'm not judging. I like to drink. I would never judge you for drinking. I would never judge you for drinking. And if you're sober at the moment, cool. I'm just saying. So, like, you wake up and drink. You drink a beer. Are you now too drunk to shoot a gun? What if someone breaks in your house in the middle of the night, but you were drinking that night? Are you too drunk to defend yourself? So actually listen to the implications of what you're saying. You're saying that the fact that you took some alcohol means you can't defend yourself anymore. It means you should be disarmed. That is your argument. Pure your argument down. Pure it down, because it's the same argument. Listen, let me finish. Let me finish.
I don't even know what I'm going to say next because...
Let me finish. I know, but I don't...
Up then.
Okay, let me finish. Because what you're saying is, I'm having a heart attack. My cell phone is dead. I'm drunk. Should I not jump in the car and try and make it to the hospital?
That's a mitigating circumstance.
No, I'm not. Because when you pure it down, when you're saying it's illegal for all things. It's illegal all the time. It is blanket illegal.
No, you fundamentally didn't get a single fucking thing what I fucking said. I never said it had to be fucking law, right? You can't drink while you're shooting. I said it's something that shouldn't be done as a responsible person. Now, you fucking turning around saying, oh, it's my right as American to be irresponsible, says to me that, no, I'll fucking take your gun off you.
And actually, Farty did say that it was irresponsible, but I don't believe he ever said that just because you've had a beer or because you've been drinking, you shouldn't be allowed to have a gun or open carry or anything. I mean, most bars here in the state of Virginia, which is an open carry state, you're not allowed to carry a gun into a bar.
Well, usually you check your weapon at the bar if it is an open carry state. That's what they do around here. No, what he was doing the analogy to drunk driving. Drunk driving is a crime. It is a crime at all times. It doesn't matter if your wife is pregnant and you were drinking vodka that night and holy shit, you gotta rush her to the hospital because she's in labor. You're still drunk driving, bro. You're still getting arrested. You won't be at that birth, okay?
No,
so he was making the analogy to that, so I was connecting that argument.
Well, this is where you lose that argument because this is what we have ambulances for. Now, there are mitigating circumstances where fucking, like, no shit, yeah, fucking doesn't matter how drunk you are. I've been in a couple myself. Fucking, there are life-threatening situations where sometimes, yes, the rules can go fuck off out the window. But what you are saying there is that you just going off for a little bloody shindig and a shoot-up is exactly the same thing as rushing to the hospital whilst you've had a couple. Okay, so
what you're saying
there is also you want to just sit there and go, I'm having a heart attack, but I've had a couple of beers, so I'm just going to sit here and die because I'm too stupid to know what 911 is.
Okay, no, what I was saying was, I went out camping and we had some beer, and we had a shooting contest. You created that. You turned that into, oh my God, he drank 60 beers in an hour, and he's drunk shooting at his friend for fun, is what I heard. That's not how it played out.
That is not what I said. Now, what I actually did say, now I'll spell this down in as little, big, non-confusing words as like, okay, you are not allowed to drink drive. There is nothing to stop you from doing it. Is it your right? No. But can you do it? Yes. Should you do it? That's what you should think about.
And I'm actually gonna Dodge. I'm actually gonna back Farty up on this one. He didn't say it was be like, oh, it should be law or litigation that if you've had a beer, you shouldn't be allowed to go to the shooting range. Most shooting ranges probably won't allow you if they smell beer, but there are some that will. But I don't think that was his point. I think his point was that it's simply just kind of an irresponsible thing to do, but it's not something that, they're going to pass law or litigation over. It's sort of like saying, oh, well, just because you've had one beer, you're no longer allowed to operate a motor vehicle. If you're complete piss-ass drunk, maybe somebody should disarm you.
Do you actually know what .008 is? That's like a beer and a half, dude.
I know.
That's nothing.
Two drinks in the first hour, one every hour after that.
It's 2 beers in an hour would be .008.
Yeah,
or
there's one beer after
0.08.
that.
Yeah, it's 2 beers within 1 hour. We'll put most people at .08. And I know this because I actually got pulled over after having had a few Irish car bombs and passed my sobriety test, all that shit, did the whole, foot to heel, follow the pen, recite the alphabet backwards, which I didn't have to do because, like, dude, I'm dyslexic and I couldn't even fucking do that shit sober. Cop was just like, yeah, whatever. And he's like, okay, well, I have to legally breathalyze you. Otherwise, I have to take your license because that's the way the law is, because fuck Virginia. And my 2 friends in the car, who are way more drunk than I am, are being complete dicks the entire time. And I'm being the reasonable one. You know what the cop did? Said, okay, you're over the limit. I was like, okay, that's bad, isn't it? Yeah, it's bad. Am I going to get arrested? Oh, real quick, let me finish the story. He says, no, I'm not going to arrest you, but where are these 2 going? I said, they're literally up to the street, down the pipe stem, and his house is at the end of the cul-de-sac. He was like, okay, where do you live? I'm like, I'm the other direction. I told him where I lived. He's like, don't drive. The 2 people that are actually patrolling that area, they're dicks. They won't let you off. So take care of these 2 idiots. Don't let me catch you driving. And make sure they don't do anything. Oh, by the way, I'm kind of trained to tell when people are drunk and I thought you were sober. You might have a drinking problem. I was like, fuck. And then he's like, all right, have a nice day.
Okay,
like, shit.
So Aunt Jack says, now, when you can avoid someone like drunk driving, or when you can't avoid someone like drunk driving, that is different. But it is quite easy to not be with an idiot shooting a gun drunk in the woods. I concur. Yeah, your argument falls into a fallacy there. Candid asks, does Mad know what the definition of is? Well, maybe. Depends on the hour. Ask me later. No.
But again, this goes back to my point. When you have experience doing something, whether it's irresponsible or not, like, I'll be honest. Yeah, drinking and operating anything that's, potentially could harm yourself or somebody else, yeah, it's irresponsible. Of course it is. No, but I don't think anyone here is arguing against that. My point is, when you have experience doing something, the chances of you hurting yourself or somebody else go down drastically. Which is why I'm saying you should at least have experience driving the same way you should have experience with a firearm. The alcohol
Well, no,
might
and I
complicate
feel like Farty would be the guy in Florida when the hurricane was coming in, yelling, "Don't shoot into the hurricane, you idiots!" No, dude, just let them do it. If something bad happens, it's on them. What are you worried about?
Well, when the random projectile comes down and strikes your child and you can't tell who the fuck it was that fired the fucking shot, I'm thinking you'll probably have a different spiel about that.
Yeah, go to the worst case possible every time. That's fine, but the world is not the worst case possible, dude. You know, I went out camping, drank some beer, shot a 12 gauge. Worst thing that happened, I had to walk 15 miles back, and I had bruises up my arm because I was shooting one-handed and let the gun slip. So the kick, bruised my arm. Nothing bad, dude.
The basic fundamental safety things that I'm trying to get on about is it's little just pointers and things to not stop people from shooting. It's more to say that, right, yes, this person can be trusted. You can just sit there and safely think that the person over there might be armed, but it's all right. He's probably not going to shoot me, right? By accident, right?
Hey,
Yeah,
I will say honestly, I have never shot anybody. At all.
So,
not on accident, not on purpose. Never. It's never happened.
There's a lot of soldiers that tried to shoot people and fucking failed. But, like, we'll go to another little extreme here, and it's slightly off topic, but it is an example, right? What I'm trying to get at is these little safety pointers and tips and shit, and we just have a quick look at the person to just gauge who they are. Are they capable of operating a firearm safely? Do I need to give them more instruction and things like that? So say, for instance, right, you come out here, you go camping out in the bush. You come across somebody who's lying in the bush and they're unconscious and you don't really see anything obvious that's wrong with them. What you do not do is you do not run up to them and do the DRABC thing, the danger response airway breathing circulation thing. You do not move them because there could be a fucking brown snake underneath them, and what brown snakes do is when they bite you, they'll hide underneath you so that when someone comes along and moves the body, the brown snake will get you. Now, if I didn't tell you that and you came out here and just went camping off into the bush and stuff, you're too busy looking for drop bears and bunyips. Oh, look, there's some dude that's unconscious. Oh, well, you were right, mate. You roll him over. And, fuck, there's a snake. Like, wouldn't you like to know that before, something bad happened? This is just what we're trying to say. We'd just like to stop people from doing the stupid shit that makes the rest of us look bad.
And yeah, I get exactly the point you're coming from. And again, that's kind of what I'm advocating for as well. It's like, it's basically don't do stupid shit. Like, people are gonna do dumb shit. You're not gonna be able to stop them, but if they're gonna do dumb shit, they're gonna do dumb shit. You're not gonna fucking stop them.
No worries, Keemstar.
Like,
you're muted.
Yeah, fuck you. Yeah, there. You got the audio now.
But yeah, if people are gonna do dumb shit, they're gonna do dumb shit. But I would prefer the dumb shit doing dumb shit to at least know what the fuck he's doing. At least have, driven a car once in his life or her life, or, shot a firearm before. Like, I would prefer it to not be a first time type of thing, because that's how people get fucked up. That's how bad shit happens. That was the only point I was trying to make. And yeah, it might be irresponsible to do so, but it's not nearly as bad when someone at least has the experience behind it. So at least I know, hopefully, that you're gonna have the wherewithal to actually check the chamber and make sure the safety is on before you start running around and acting like a fucking drunken retard. Am I still allowed to say retard on YouTube anymore? I don't know.
No.
Oh, well, YouTube can go fuck itself.
No, and the thing really is, man, you can't regulate people's fun. You can't regulate what they do. Okay, yeah, I do have a face, Candid. Over here? There we go. Yep, there it is. But no, I really don't understand how you could regulate people's fun and you try to inject your laws and to create the cohesion that you, as the government entity or the state, wants to really have. Because you're not going to create that. What you're going to create is a rebellion. That always, every time. People are going to break the law because it's the law.
Yeah, I know that, but what we're just trying to reinforce here is that, like, you know, you just don't let the idiots be idiots. You got to at least sort of do the responsible thing. Hey, mate, don't stand so close to the road. Like, don't fucking lie in the middle of the road. Like, some people really do need to be told that.
Look, dude, it's kind of like in the school system, there's a reason that you have classes for potatoes. You don't let them mingle with the rest of people. Like, there's also the reason you have advanced classes. Some people really are that dumb, and it's unfortunate to say, but it's an undeniable fact of life where, yeah, dumb people are gonna do dumb shit. And this has nothing to do with, like, okay, maybe you shouldn't have done that, maybe this was irresponsible. No, dude, what you might have done, yeah, it's irresponsible, nothing happened, whatever. But there are people out there dumb enough that irresponsible suddenly turns into a disaster.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, there are two sides to this coin. I feel like any of us, we'd be perfectly fine having a few beers and, target shooting out in the fucking woods while we're camping. There are plenty of people out there who I wouldn't trust with a fucking slingshot, let alone a fucking 22.
Half the cunt said he can't be trusted with a goddamn spoon.
Fair point. Dude, there's people I wouldn't trust with a frickin' power drill. God knows they'd be creative as hell with it. And they're not even the dumb ones. They're the creative ones. They're actually the smart ones. I still wouldn't trust those bastards.
I'll actually give you an example, Dodge. This bloke I used to know called Leighton.
Real quick, Candid's never seen me on cam, so cheers, Candid.
Oh God, drinking still reserved. Oh, since we're drinking, and since it's a cheers, this cheers is to Cabby.
Cheers. Yeah, Leighton. This fuckwit Leighton, right? Bloody, Jesus Christ. He was one of these cunts that just, he'd laugh at all the jokes, but then, like, after everyone stopped laughing, he'd be the one that goes, I didn't get it. And couldn't hold his piss, right? Now, this is the dangers of dumb fucks who can't hold their piss. And cautionary tale, it's lucky we weren't armed. Back in Sydney, there's a little instance there. Remember, boys and girls, this is an anecdote and there's no evidence of it, so I can always say it never happened. But there was a whole bunch of young kids that were hanging around, and it was a kind of a case of, well, here they're supervised, they're under shelter, and they're not hanging around the park robbing old ladies, so they're not doing anything wrong. So one night, we're all out drinking. A fire was set. Police showed up in the fire truck. We all legged it in several different directions. A group ended up with me, and we went to ground in the bush. We literally hiding from the cops, and everything was going fine until the alcohol hit Leighton. Shut him up. No, seriously, Woodin, you're going to suffocate this cunt. He was going to give us up, the bastard. Just by burn a drunk fuckwit. Like, and it's those kinds of cunts, I pass a beer past my eyes and I'm woohoo, I'm fucking 9 sheets to the wind. They're the kinds of cunts that you've really got to worry about. Now, you might not be that person. Your mate's might be that person. But there's that mate of your mate that you've only met once and he seemed all right the first time, but he's not so good whilst he's had a couple. He's the fucker you've got to worry about.
Well, no, and this is why I usually don't have the cam on. I see my daughter in the background. So, yep, blacking it back out. That's why, guys. I'm not afraid of my own appearance. Whatever. I'm an ugly son of a bitch. That's all right. But I just don't like my kids in the camera, guys. So yeah, it's going back
COVID's
off.
coming for you now.
All right. Well, I guess we'll go back on for a second. No, this way. There we go. Fuck you.
Fuck you too, bitch. Also, cheers, Cabby.
Hey, you got the beast. You call it beast over there too?
Yeah,
Is that like a universal thing?
I
Or
guess
is that
so.
a West Coast thing?
No, it's the same over here on the East Coast. Oh
so
God,
yeah, man. That
if
flight to
MC sees
Shreveport,
this-
dude. Do you think that Confederate monument's still up? My dad even said, "I don't know if it's still up, son." I'm like, "What? That thing is beautiful, dude. I'll be so pissed if they tore that down in Shreveport." Oh my
You
god!
showed me the pictures. It looks nice, but bro, you know how the state of things are. If somebody
No,
fucking
fuck
tore it
them.
down, you know
I
who
will
did it.
fuck somebody up, dude. No fucking way.
That's actually some shit that's actually got to stop. You know, this whole thing of like, well, you think this way when it was socially acceptable back in your day and all this, but now we think it's nasty and you're an instant arsehole for it. Excuse me, you little cunt. Who the fuck are you to go and fucking say shit? What was this? Respect your elders? Fucking crap. You never fucking taught. Go fuck yourself, you little cunt. Fuck off.
It's called being an entitled little fucking fuckwit. Fuck them.
No, it's great. And
Actually-
just like that. No, just like that. Farty and I are back on the same side. That's all it took. We're good, homie.
Lord in heaven.
Hallowed be thy name. In kingdom come, thy will be done. On earth as it is in heaven. Yeah, sorry. Okay, Catholics. The Catholics coming out. I better stop. I will not hear your confession, Farty. Don't even ask.
No. It's not a confession. No. He's an actual thing that we've just proven here, right? Last year, I fucking said I was going to sit on my hands and not do anything anymore. This country burnt down. You're almost at war with Iran, and Dodgers come back around to me. That just does mean one thing, boys and girls. The world does, in fact, revolve around moi.
No, this is great. So, Doku. No, Doku, check it out. No, check it out. Aunt Jack says in the chat, we both look like just generic white guys. I see a difference.
Actually, Mad looks like Keemstar. Doku's starting to look a bit like Neems.
I'm not sure if that's a compliment or an insult.
I'm not sure either.
God damn it, Farty.
I think you just have to take that any way
I
you
can
want.
see Corona in the background. Corona, get out of my camera.
Shoot, little one. Go. Away with you.
Gone. Be gone. No. Robert E. Lee, get out of here.
Well, the drop bear will get you.
Fine. Oh, God.
I'll send a bunyip to put you all in your
See the children. They're like, oh my God, camera's on. Got Robert E. Lee jumping in the frame. Look, I'm a redhead, dude. We know you have no soul. It's okay.
Well, at least he's not putting on a leotard and a tutu and bouncing around behind you singing, "Fine, I want to live forever."
Oh boy, that's an interesting story about what the fuck was it? How many different cases have we seen of like, oh well, my kids don't know what gender they are, so the state needs to get involved. No, the state can get involved in certain things. Determining what gender your child is not one of them. Have you looked? Did the doctor say is it a boy or a girl? What are the genitalia?
No, see, Doku, it goes deeper than that, alright? So think about this. When the idea of public schools came out in the United States, there was an argument about the government teaching our children. Why? Because it can indoctrinate them. And then we could slip into a despotism, into a tyranny, into a monarchy again. We could repeat that whole scenario. There was an active argument about public education, okay? That argument has faded now, but it shouldn't have, because look what's happening. They're being indoctrinated. All these kids graduating, look at it, dude. Look at it demographically. 60% Democrat, 60% against guns, 60% thinking the government should censor you, 60%. Dude, they're outnumbering us.
Yeah, it's called Prussian educational theory. Do you know what it's predicated on? It has 3 fucking things. 3. Oh my god, my dyslexia is not actually helping me. 3 fucking things. Number 1, adherence to authority. Number 2, adherence to a fucking schedule. Number 3, do not question authority. That is what it was an educational theory that came about in the late 1800s, early 1900s, because we needed to train factory workers. That's what the educational system was. It wasn't like...
Yes. You're absolutely right. That is completely true, because that's the argument I was going to make. It was all about factory workers. It was all about, okay.
It just sort of
I'm going to go back to my disclaimer. Mad Dodge Productions, the channel, does not necessarily reflect the views of any of the panelists, including the founding member. Remember that for what I'm about to say. Okay. Here's the fucking thing. The thing is, we had slavery. The thing is, slavery worked. The thing is, it created a labor class. It created a class of people that would do the menial labor that nobody else wanted to fucking do. When that faded out, it went into the industrial era. It went like up north, where you had the Irish in workhouses working for the man for pennies. And it was still slavery, but it was slavery with a little bit of respect. That's what they were training us for in the early 1900s. Get over it.
Not wrong.
I know, but the disclaimer there, because I brought up slavery, and yeah, you know, gotta have it.
All right, let's pull on that thread real quick. How is being indebted to a system that does nothing for you not slavery? Like, okay, yeah, you don't have a master. You're not owned by someone, unless maybe you have credit card debt or a mortgage. Technically, doesn't that mean someone, well, maybe they don't own you, but they own your property and your livelihood, and how are you going to continue to exist as a free individual?
Well, a lot of people would argue, especially in the southern United States, that slavery is still there, and it is in the penal system. It is in the private prison system that is predominant in the southern states of the United States. It is not over here on the West Coast, dude. We do not have private prisons here. We don't.
But here's the thing. If you're going to get involved if you're going to be part of the penal system, you have to have committed a crime. How do most people survive?
No, not necessarily, my friend. Is smoking a little bit of weed a crime? I guess.
Yes,
in Louisiana it is. In Louisiana it is, but it's legal in Oregon. It's legal in Colorado. It's legal in Washington, California too, New Mexico, Nevada. Hey, let's run down the list, my friend. Is it really a crime at this point? I think we have a little bit of a tug of war going on, my friend.
But that's that state. State by state, is it a crime? Well, it depends on what state you're in. My point is, can you survive without any form of debt?
Yes.
Can most Can most people well, all right. Can most people survive without any form of debt? Can you
No,
just go out
They
and buy a
can,
house?
but will they?
I don't believe anybody can actually, not in the United States. You're born with debt. You inherit something, you have debt. A gift gives you debt. No, I don't believe
Not
you
true.
can live in the
Not
United
true.
States without debt.
That's not true. You're allowed $10,000 per year, not tax deductible. That's free. You're good to go. And even with all of the tax, income tax, sales tax, all this, can anyone just turn around after working a job, leasing an apartment for 10 years, working a job? Can you turn around and tell me that you can afford a car, you can afford your gas, your living expenses, your utilities, and afford to actually buy a house without actually going into debt? Because if you can, you're
wait,
one of the few.
Real quick, I'm on camera because I want to talk to Candid here directly. I thought MAD was all about states' rights to decide what they want to do. Sure. But you know what I'm also about? Individual rights. If I want to smoke some weed, who are you to tell me I can't? I didn't rob grandma down the road to smoke a bowl, right? Where's the crime here? It's a plant. I didn't even get chemicals to create the motherfucker.
Opioids come from plants.
Marijuana does. Marijuana comes from plants. Methamphetamine
Yeah.
doesn't. You can make an argument there.
Well,
But
heroin does.
and also my son is stealing some Jiffy fucking peanut butter. I see you, boy.
You've been busted by the well, kid.
Yeah. He's in the back of the camera there. He's looking all gangster with his peanut butter. Yeah. What's up, West Side? All right,
I think he was trying to
I'm
do
turning the
his-
camera back off. But
He
yeah,
was actually trying to do his best blue steel there.
yeah. No. Why? Because you kids can't be on the camera, guys. You can't.
Yeah, the naughty Copa monster
going
will
with
get your
you.
daddy. Because the naughty Copa monster will come get your daddy.
But no, you see, that's my son Bradley that was in the background with the peanut butter, and he's like, "Oh, he's talking about me. What's up?" That's my boy. Hamming it up for the camera.
Well, anyway, getting back to something that Doku said, fucking, you can go back and find out where he fucking referenced this, about, like, you know, the states telling the genders and all this, or what did the doctors say? Remember, Doku, can't trust the doctors anymore because they're getting paid by Big Pharma to only say there's two genders. And
Hey,
they don't know themselves.
what's up? There's a couple new people in the chat. Yeah, I'll throw the link out. Why not? We only got 3 people on right now. I'll throw that out here in a second. But no, guys, we'll get back to Brexit. Sure. We got 2 Americans and a fake countryman here talking about Brexit. Our British friends went to bed. France never invaded. Funny. It never happened. You know, I was really pushing for Macron to push the button, but it just didn't happen.
Yeah, you got the 2 Americans here, or as we also like to call them, England's first penal colony. And one from Australia, where we like to call it Penal Colony 2, Electric Boogaloo.
We're not allowed to say boogaloo anymore. You know that.
Oh,
we're still
okay,
gonna keep saying
Electric Jigaboo.
Well, no. Okay.
Didn't say that.
So here's the thing, though. Everybody was freaking out. What's your prediction? Do you think on Monday when the markets open in London, their stock market's going to drop? What do you think?
No, it's going to go up. It's going to go up.
It will go up, but the drop will have already happened.
Yeah, no, it's definitely going up, and that, to be blunt, the only thing that's actually going to drop markets at this point in time, because God knows, kill me now, everything is trading based upon coronavirus. It's the coronavirus. So,
Yeah.
so evil and no, dude. China's a producer. They're not a fucking consumer.
Mhm.
And people are treating China like they are a consumer, not a producer. If the coronavirus broke out in the United States, shit would go down. But
Well, no, it's not going to break out here because we are a real country. Frederick, welcome to the show. This is the show formerly known as the Red Eye, and I will let you know real quick, right from the start, this is your first time here, I think. We talk over each other, we argue, we banter, and we have fun. It is not for the faint of heart. If you are a soy boy, then you might want to check out. Other than that, welcome to the party. How's it going?
what's up, Frederick? Welcome to the shit show.
Mate.
And sorry about the kids yelling in the background. I got kids, I can't help it. You know, I had this thing called sex, and they popped out. It was crazy.
Yeah, you could.
He's actually
you could
got
help
this
it
thing
by
called
wearing a
Catholicism,
condom.
where every sperm is sacred.
Yeah, you could fix it by wearing a condom.
I'm Catholic. What are those?
Yeah, Catholicism's yet to vote in a blowjob yet, so Christ. Got to get them first. That's all.
Yeah,
it was,
right.
Stop fucking the kids.
Frederick might be
Hey.
mic issues.
Yeah, okay. Alright, cool. Check out your mic, figure it out. Welcome to the show. No. Here's the thing, guys. Alright. So Brexit, it went through. Finally. Okay. You see the United Kingdom leave the European Union. They're gonna lose a large portion of their military assets and a tax base. Other than that, they're okay, right? I mean,
Yeah.
really, what was the EU freaking out about?
Well, see, the military part of things is absolutely not a problem because you see, Britain was supplying all the offensive stuff. Everybody else was supplying all the logistic stuff. So Britain leaving and losing parts of their military, well, yeah, that's all the supply and support shit. Well, fucking, that's the easy part to set up. They keep all the combat troops and all the tanks and fucking aircraft and stuff. It's the Europeans that are losing out in that one.
Okay, Candace says Catholic is just another way of saying you don't want to pull out because it's messy. Well, it is. Like, you never busted on a bitch's belly button. That shit's messy as fuck.
Frangers are so much more convenient though because it just cleans up, or it keeps all the mess. She doesn't have to worry about doing the drippy run.
But no, I'm sorry about the crude joke there, but I had to. Like, messy. Yeah, of course it's messy. It's sex. It's nothing but sweat and bodily fluids.
Well, hey, we're getting back to what the Europeans are going to do with the stock market. This is where lots of things will start to gain momentum in the fucking sterling just on that. Poland's already said they're going to leave if the UK does. So now we've got to wait for the Polish Brexit. There's a couple of Scandinavian countries, same thing there too. And I guarantee you, not a single one of them are going to listen to the EU, not so much Germany, but the dickheads in the EU now, when they say, oh no, you're not allowed to trade with Britain. Because what Britain will now probably do is they'll just go and undercut the EU and say, hey, everybody come and buy our shit. Like, we'll sell it cheaper than them. And of course, well, you're not going to stop Greece and Italy doing what the EU says. I mean, shit, the EU can't even force them to pay back bloody loans that they gave them 3 fucking times for some fucking God knows reason. But a lot of these countries will make these individual agreements and stuff like that, and they'll be far better in a stronger position.
Well, I can see Poland leaving. Poland can stand on their own. I do not see Italy or Greece leaving at all.
Oh, they can't.
They can't. They will fall apart. And that's all there is to it. They are dependent on Berlin at this point, or Brussels, I suppose. but it's really Berlin, right? Let's be
Pretty
real.
much, yeah.
Germany rules the EU.
Pretty much, yeah. That was the fucking scary thing. I mean, how many bloody times I said this? It was the initial thing of like the one unified currency run from Germany, the one unified government run from Germany, meaning there goes the British Parliament, there goes the Queen, and then the one unified military, there goes the Royal Air Force, the Royal Navy, and the British Army, all run by Germany, which did absolutely sound like World War II just without firing a shot.
Absolutely. And as I think Doku could back me up here. As an American just standing back and watching it, we're like, are you guys insane? You know, we still hold to the Monroe Doctrine. Anything in the Western Hemisphere is our business. All right, check with us first, buddy.
Here's the thing with them leaving the EU, that opens up a brilliant opportunity for the UK. Is guess what? You can now start trading with, I don't know, Russia, China, and Bolsonaro, and his Brazil. You guys don't need the EU. The one thing that you have to realize about the EU, you know where they get the majority of their money from?
Britain.
Well, not even Britain. They get the majority of their money from tariffs that countries that aren't part of the EU who want to do business in the EU. That's where they get their money from. They get it from tariffs, and they just lost their number one economic contributor.
Well, no, and Britain. Let's be real. Great Britain has the Commonwealth. They have Canada. They have Australia. They have other assets that they can gather from. President Trump, as Aunt Jack says, he already signaled that he wants a trade deal with the United Kingdom with minimal tariffs or a completely free trade agreement. Kind of like NAFTA, like the new revised NAFTA, not the old one, guys. Don't get your fucking panties in a twist. The new revised NAFTA that just kicked in 3 days ago. We'll do that with the UK. We're good. Hey, you want some cars, bro? Hey, buy some Chevy. You know what's up? Like, we're here. We're here to help.
This is absolutely the thing that we all really knew about it, and like all these fucking Ramonas that were saying, "Oh, but no one will trade with you," and all this fucking bullshit. Fucking Trump's already said he was going to do it. Like fucking Poland's already said they're going to do it. Like this shit just doesn't exist. What you're saying?
Oh, and that's the whole thing. That's why the EU has the type of the tariffs they have put in place, and the fact that they punish anyone who's not part of the EU, that is a European nation. The reason they put these tariffs in place is because the only way that they're a viable system financially and economically is because if you're not part of it, then they can punish the ever-living crap out of you. So now that Britain has actually left it, well, they just have to go to talk to Brazil, China, the United States, and they'll be better off economically, way better off than they ever would have been if they had just stayed within the European Union. The EU is collapsing simply because the whole primary purpose behind the European Union, and I believe it was Nigel Farage said it best, it was supposed to be a trade agreement. It wasn't supposed to be an economic hierarchy. It wasn't supposed to be an oligarchy. It was supposed to be just a simple trade agreement and a travel agreement between European states. It was never supposed to be this gigantic, conglomerate of political elitists who came in and dictated what sovereign nations can and can't do based upon what the EU thinks they should or shouldn't do. It was a fucking trade and it was a fucking trade and travel agreement. That was it. And the second that it's not to being that,
there's another fundamental major point about this too, is that whole fucking hierarchical system, right? It was so fucking corrupt. Like, you want your company to trade, well, you got to give us a kickback, and then we'll tell everyone to trade with you. And it was the kind of thing that like you really have to fucking suck up to them. And Britain wasn't getting fuck all out of it. and they had the most cards to play. And Germany's like, no, we set the prices and you do what we say. And it's like, actually, no, we're going to go and set our own prices, and if you don't like it, you can get fucked. And that's how corrupt
Well-
they are.
Well, here's the thing, though. Also, okay, I want to pose a question here, and this is for the both of you. Worst case scenario, the Europeans do end up plunging the continent back into war, and it happens in about a year and a half. That's what I would give it. I would give it about a year and a half, and they plunge the continent back into war. They go full Napoleon mode, and they try and take out the UK. What happens then? The United States will back the UK at this point. In the past, we weren't that close. We are now. We will go to bat for the United Kingdom. You will see American troops march on Paris if that happens. You know that, right? All hell will break loose.
Well, war with the UK is very, very highly unlikely, mainly because of how I explained, like the unique way NATO's working at the moment. It'll take them a little bit of time to get a competent force up enough to do anything to England. What most likely could possibly happen, and this is something that may very well happen legally, is that when Italy and Greece keep defaulting on their loans and stuff like that, and it's only Germany and France left in the EU, basically, and they're stuck with these two because, well, they can't really afford to financially just let them go, and they're not going to pay it back. So, well, fuck it. We'll repossess your shit.
Well, who would annex the territory then? Because that's what you're talking about. Repossess your shit. That is France and Germany annexing Greece and Italy. Who gets what? There's your war, right?
Yeah.
There's your war.
Yep.
Who gets what?
Well, toss up at the moment, I'd put France over Germany for the simple reason that, when Britain leaves, France is the last actual, fucking war fighting force, not just basically made up of logistics and fucking things like that. So Germany will still need to ramp up. There most likely could possibly be an element of high casualty rates right at the beginning because of lack of experience and all this kind of shit. But yeah, that's most likely where it's going to come from. And
well, here's the scary thought, Farty. Okay, so the United States has pulled back from Japan and said, "Hey, look, guys, we understand you're not going to fuck up like World War II again. We're going to back up and we're going to let you rebuild your machinery for self-defense." What about Germany? Is anybody crazy enough to let Germany have a military again? Because I'm not. I veto that shit right now. No. Germany does not get an army. No.
They should have an army, but it should be heavily restricted. And I know that's what we tried to do the second time around, and it didn't work. But we're a little bit older and a little bit smarter nowadays, and things are vastly different in this world. One dictator taking over Europe, I really can't see that fucking happening. Because look, at Merkel tried it, and she didn't work.
What about the United States though? Because you could have the Europeans saying the same thing about my group, me and Doku, right? Like, hey, the Americans are gonna come take everything over, right? They're gonna make a one world government. It's all America's fault. They're the big evil Satan that fucking Syria's been yelling about. It's all true. Fuck America, right? Do you think we could be the big bad that unifies Europe and creates a new war?
Well, this time around, I reckon if it's just France and Germany against Italy and Greece, what most likely possibly would have happened by that stage is they've already told America to fuck off out of NATO and piss NATO off. In which case, you guys will be like, "Hey, that is your problem. You fuckers handle that one out. We tried twice, and you didn't want us around, so fuckers, you're on your own."
Well, no, and here's my proof that I listen to opposing opinions. Aunt Jack, why not? If Japan gets a military again, so should Germany. That's a fair point, sir. That is a fair point. I am being biased here, but I believe Germany was a bigger threat in that war. I'm sorry. I think Hitler was way worse than the Emperor of Japan. I do.
Yeah.
All
Now,
right, I'm gonna pose. And sorry, go ahead, Farty. You go ahead first.
Right, well, the second option is they don't kick you out of NATO and they start shit, and basically all four parties look at America and go, "Hey, come and sort this out," and you guys will just be like, "No, you started this mess, you fix it." So one, you'll have an obligation to tell them to fuck off, and one, you'll have no obligation to tell them to fuck off, but tell them to fuck off anyway.
Well, and I think Germany should have a military the same way that I think every country in the EU should have a military that answers only to the sovereign government, not the EU. That's why the idea of an EU army is so incredibly fucking dangerous. Okay, case in point. Should the United States fight a war using our military assets on behalf of the EU, or let's ramp it up? Should the United States fight a war on behalf of the United Nations, even if it does not involve the United States directly?
Well, I'm not going to answer that question, but I will pose a separate one. If the United... Okay, you know my feelings on the Civil War, right? You know where I stand, okay? So, don't let this taint where I stand. But let me put it like this. During Reconstruction, if the United States government would have allowed the states of the former Confederacy to form their own militias, they would have had a bigger problem on their hands than they already had. Wouldn't they? That's what you're looking at the EU as it slowly devolves. You know what I mean? And I don't want Germany, they caused the first two world wars. Germany, I don't want them to cause World War III that's going to end all mankind. I don't want that. I'm sorry. I don't trust them. They've been fucking with us since Roman times. Fuck them, dude. Fuck them.
And answer to your question, Doku, it really does depend on the situation because, okay, with the United Nations, for example, that's almost the reason why America is in the United Nations. You are the ones that the world will instantly look to if something's going on and be expected to deal with it. That's kind of what you're expected to do nowadays. NATO, on the other hand, right, well, you do have an absolute valid argument there. The only thing that NATO does for America is involves them on a different continent that they don't really necessarily need to be there for. Now, when this place does break up and all this kind of stuff, you'll find that America will just go ahead and do what they've been doing for decades and decades and decades. And these things are still in place. Like I've mentioned these before, like there's UKansas, there's UKISS, there's UQuickus, and these are all like acronyms of like UK, Greenland, Iceland, America, Australia, New Zealand, and there's thousands of variations involved. So like, if say for instance Greenland gets attacked, well, we can't rely on Greenland anymore because they've just been invaded. So disagreement between America and the UK to defend Greenland, that'll be enacted. And that's away from the NATO and the United Nations and things there. So no, you don't have an obligation anymore, and absolutely you've got the right to walk away and say, hey, we've done our bit. But there are still obligations that you do have outside of those things where we kind of already said that, like, you guys were going to come and help. So it does really depend on the situation. I don't really think that NATO should really exist anymore because, well,
I tend to agree with you. It comes down to the treaty obligations, just like World War One. And the United States didn't listen to George Washington. We didn't. We have gotten ourselves into entangling alliances that will drag us into perpetual war. And now we're here, so we have to deal with it. I don't want to be here, but I didn't have a choice in it. I wasn't alive yet. You know what I mean? So here we are, and now we have to deal with it.
But what was working before the EU and like way back and all this, and World War One and Two did really help this with the trade relations and all this kind of stuff between America and the UK, is that you didn't need these unions and all this kind of shit. All this stuff was working perfectly fine before, and this is basically what we're going back to.
Absolutely. But we do have time limits on StreamYards, and we hit the 4-hour mark. So, happy Brexit Day. Cheers to Cabby. Any last word, bro, before we go? Farty or Doku? Go ahead, guys.
Boobies.
That's all you got?
Yeah, sounds like just boobies. Boobies are cool. I'm cool with boobies. I like boobies.
All right, as long as the boobies aren't covered by hijabs, then I'm going with boobies.
All right, well, thank you everybody for coming out. We appreciate it as always. If you're new, please like, subscribe, hey, comment, hit us up. We got a Discord. We hang out. We got a lot more shit coming out. I'm getting back in the groove. I've been taking a break, just a little burnt out on politics. You know what I mean? You do it for 4.5 years, it wears you down, man. Wears you down real bad. But I'm jumping back up. I'm good to go. Good night, good luck. Don't go to France, and hey, UK, happy Independence Day. We're out. Peace.
So you use lots